bitches.
Damn, bitches. Hello, everybody. Good morning, afternoon, evening. Hi, Joggin. Hi, Hooded. Hi, Mau Mau. Hi, Dan. How was you doing? I'm a bit tired, I'm not gonna lie. I had really hectic therapy today. Oh, no onigiri today. I forgot to turn that off. Mate. Because it is one today. Let me just pause. Okay, this game kidnaps my mouse. It's stuck on the screen, so I have to tab out of the game, which then stops the music. But of course, being me, being not prepared for things. Yeah, sketchy Tato today. In the Insta post that I made? Oh, I don't know. I posted it a long time ago. Like, I scheduled the post. What a mistake did I make? You can't just say you made a mistake and not say what the mistake was. Very sketchy? Me? Nah. Couldn't be. Could not be. Fiends? Oh, not the one I posted today. The one I posted yesterday? No, I meant to say Fiends. Have you watched the anime? Anime. If you watch the anime, you know it's meant to be Fiends. Yeah, it's play on words, because I'm smart like that. So the demon characters, or devil characters, when they're like not fully uncontrollable devil things, then they're called fiends. So those other two characters that I'm with, one is Mau Mau, he's doing Pow Pow, and then another friend of ours is doing Denji. They are fiends. But also with friends like these. Because they're great friends. I'm just trying to change the thing. You're bad? No, it's all good. What if I did make a mistake? I was looking at the post that I made, like that was scheduled for today, and I went back and read through it, and I was like, is it because I wrote Friday? Or because I wrote crossplay? And then I was like, did I misspell the character's name? But I was like, well, how would Hooded know these characters? There's no way Hooded would know those characters. Channel points. No onigiri. No throwing, no head pats. I'll, at some point, when I actually have electricity on at some time during the day, get those sorted out so that you guys can still do head pats and throw things at me outside of the other model. But yes, for now she's only on the one. I used to have it on the 3D model as well, which I haven't used since God was a child. You guys probably either don't know what it looks like or you've forgotten at this point, but yeah, I used to have it on the 3D model as well, but my graphics card's a bit too poopy. Alright, I'm gonna pause this music because we're going back to the game now. Horror stream? Maybe, potentially. But we have donor goals for it, so... depends on that. Also, yes, Shady Tato. Shady Tato's the one with the other redeems. I don't know why my camera keeps picking my eyes up as closed. I think I'm just sleepy looking today, so it keeps on thinking, oh yeah, this bitch has got her eyes closed. I don't know what it's doing with its life. I don't know what I'm doing with my life, but you know. We roll. Okay, so... where did we get up to with this? Don't mind me opening... I'm not drinking an energy drink. I'm not exhausted. How is everybody? Did you guys have a good Friday? / Friday? We did this, right? I think we did. I know I had to exit.
It's like a giant scarf that somehow tells the ship where to go.
Oh wait, the last thing I remember, we got the right coordinates, but something was preventing it. I think we have to go speak to the mother. Beer? No, I don't really drink beer. I don't drink a lot of alcohol, to be fair. It was in fact an energy drink, Dan. Are you drinking beer?
Hey, what's the deal? I finally find us a way out of here, and Yarnbot says that you...
Shh. Look!
What is it?
Marikai is inspecting the ship's nav system for damage. Any navigation activity right now would immediately catch his attention. But I think after the nav check, he's going to step outside the ship to scan the exterior. At which point, we are free to take off and he'll be helpless to stop it.
You're smart. I'm glad we're partners.
You drink beer every day?
I better stay close to home. We could be taking off any second.
No? Wait, what was the everyday for? Are you feeling better, by the way? Is this game nearly done? I have no idea. I have no idea. I thought I finished this game several times over at this point in time, so I have no idea what the end is going to be.
Any ideas yet?
No. Sorry.
Want to hear how the plan is coming along?
Oh, it was a joke. Okay, sorry.
I made a bomb.
I had a friend...
I found a way to get off the ship. And...
well, not had. I have a friend. He's still alive.
So, as soon
He's
as
also from
Marikai
Norway,
leaves
and
the
he
ship,
goes
we're
and has
ready to
beer
go.
every Friday.
Okay. I'll keep an eye on Marikai from here.
So he would tell me... when he... because I told him he needed to have a beer for me. So when he had a beer for me, he would send me a message and tell me. That's why it didn't seem unusual. Mr. Potato Cannon, yes! Potato Cannon! He sent me a message recently. I can't remember what the content of the message was. But it's nice to hear from him every now and then. He's quite busy at the moment. Since he finished his studies and started working, he's been super busy. So I haven't seen him too much. Yeah, how's the health, Dan? You better be better, Dan. Okay, what was I supposed to do?
I think I should save the star chart for that navigator robot. Need a hook?
No, I have a nice crochet hook already, thanks. Now where did I leave that thing?
Didn't the boy steal it?
Any ideas yet?
No. Sorry.
Want to hear how
I need
the
to
plan is
listen
coming
again because I
along?
wasn't paying attention
Okay.
before.
I made a bomb. And I found a way to get it off the ship. And I've convinced the Space Weaver to take us out of here.
Oh, I've done everything.
So, as soon as Marikai leaves the ship, we're ready to go.
Okay, I'll keep an eye on Marikai from here.
I can't
Better
leave.
stay close to home. We could be taking off any second. The only thing this trigger is good for is firing Alex's... Hey, the talking knife. What side do you think he's on?
Knives are, by definition, in the middle of any division. Neither side can claim them.
Sunshine, you always were the only one who got me.
He calls her Sunshine.
Looks like the windows have been sealed with some sort of force field. Any ideas yet?
No. Sorry.
Okay, I'm going back to work on the plan.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
I'll keep an eye on Marikai from here.
I trust you to take care of yourself, so I will not inquire about your health. You trust a grown male individual to take care of himself? Misplaced trust, I think. I seen y'all when you got the flu. Hi, Epsilon. How you doing? Okay, what do I need to do here? Man says he drinks beer every day. He's drinking the beer because it's alcohol, so it's gonna clean the inside of his body. I have to assume it's for killing germs? Exactly. Same page, same page. Same book, same page, you know?
The only thing this trigger is good for is firing Alex's death ray. And only when we're in range and I have a clear shot.
I assume I have to sweetie to the kid now. The boy, I mean. Boya. Because I'm out of ideas on that side. I still have things I need to do this side, but I don't know. It's Jenny Bean's brother's birthday today? Oh shit! Happy birthday, Brother Bean. Are you guys gonna be celebrating with him? Is that the one who traumatized the cat, or was that someone else? Ooh, hot pot, hell yeah. Yes, that one. I knew it.
Need anything tuned?
Can you tune a fish?
Tuna
Get
fish.
Kind of. Have you seen this girl?
Hey, that's the girl who found a way off of Merloft for all of us. Really great kid. I hope I get to thank her someday.
They made the joke, they did.
I don't think she can fix dead hexapals.
Yeah, I'm too busy relaxing.
She do be vibing out here. Do you need a spoon?
She has the tools she needs.
Oh, fine. Fuck. God. I'll just go fuck myself then, I guess. Keep my fucking spoon. What do you think of this?
Excuse me, but my little friend has kind of died, and I was wondering if you could help?
Sorry, I'm just a tree. I can't bring back the dead. I can only create life out of nothing but sun and water and dirt and air.
Okay, thanks, guy.
Gary's definitely out of range now. This button only works on grabbing Gary. I
Ah.
wonder where he is now. Can you fix him, Spoon?
I think he needs a recharging, sir.
What? Hmm. I mean, technically it's a robot, so that's what he means by kind of died. Because it's a little robot. It's not a real death. Hey, the kids in this game walk so slow. Yeah, it's this little hexapal robot boy. I don't know what to do with him.
In case of snake, blow horn. You're welcome. Curtis.
Thanks,
Sounds
Curtis.
like someone's really afraid of hugs.
You've not been paying attention, that's fine. Honestly, every time I play this, people come back and they're like, wait, what the fuck did I miss? Because something completely different is going on.
Home metallurgy kit. Make money without leaving your home.
That's the new plan, man. I'm cashing in, selling out. Just until I get some money saved, of course. You know, then I'm gonna go right back to doing that whole integrity thing.
Curtis is such a...
Hey,
Such
can
a
you
scumbag.
fix tiny robots?
No, but I could make you a new one if I had the mold. Also, it would be kind of on the statue.
Oh, we have already asked him what he thinks. What he knows. I'm literally looking around at, like, everything to be like, what could there possibly be that would be a clue to fixing this piece of shit? So I want to go talk to these dingalings. See if anyone here has any ideas. Gonna do a little test. Oh my god, good luck. At this hour? GG's, Hassan.
How would you guys fix a broken robot?
I usually fix brakes with a mixture of sugar water and eggs.
I don't think that would work here.
If it's really hopeless, I would just mix it all up into a baking dish with some apple preserves, call it a crumble, and serve it with ice cream.
Husker, you are a genius.
This guy's an idiot. Let's ask him
How
anyway.
would you guys fix a broken robot?
Oh, it's gonna be the same dialogue? Okay, cool. Goodbye. You gonna test if Onigiri works? Onigiri is not available. Onigiri is not available at present. Please try again later. Uh-oh, I don't have the cloud shoes on. Gotta go do something?
Cupcakes.
No worries.
Red frosting cupcakes. Huh?
Anyone here know how to fix robots?
Yeah, with wires and stuff. Is it plugged in? Electric stuff needs to be plugged in. Oh, that's true.
Also, I'm okay. I'm just really tired today.
Have fun!
Because I had
Now it's
therapy
on
and
to-
it was a little draining.
Buy a cake! Stop the mugs!
No, thank you. I don't want to stop the mugs.
Can you train my robot to fight?
Sorry, I only work with flesh and blood. Sometimes sugar, eggs, and flour. Just to be clear, some of that is for fighting, some for baking. I don't mix all that together.
Man, the grandpa's one of my favorite characters. No jokes. I was curious if there's maybe an answer somewhere.
Cupcakes!
Visible in
frosting
something,
cupcakes.
but as yet, no answers. Why do all the really cute girls I meet be working when I meet them? Because you're going to the wrong places, Despair. But also, hello, how are you?
Want me to get you out?
No, this cage is really
Opportunity
for
for
my
me to do
protection.
some of my studies in Japan? Oh shit! Hell yeah! Definitely look into it. Stresses me out along with other college stuff. Take it step by step. Bite by bite. Why did... Why did I get so many messages yesterday? What the fuck? I just apparently haven't opened my Instagram the entirety of today. I had like 11 DMs for no reason. Other than people replying to
I don't want to
something.
give him anything that could re-trigger his hoarding problem.
I know this one's name, which is different, but that doesn't change the fact that it would be weird to message her. Is it someone that you know?
I don't want to depress them with my dead friend.
Depress them? They're fine. That might be me. Wait. Oh, I mean, yeah, you send me like 1 billion reels every day. It was definitely other people though. At least one was from Dan. Could it just sends me loads of Japanese things to watch and I'm just like, brain small. Huh? Dan heard his name and he was like, oh shit. She's got a unique name, so she was the only one who came up when I looked. Oh! It might be a bit weird if you just messaged her, yes. Go back to look.
Looks like a pitch pipe.
I'm banned from saying the word Dan now.
Real seagulls, not made of yarn.
Damn.
Excuse me? Who are you?
Marshal Du. Who are you?
I'm Shay, from Laruna.
Laruna? You're from the ancient lost city far beyond the plague dam?
Huh. Well, that's not exactly how it was described to me. I'll let you get some rest.
Ah.
Wait, what?
Hey, have you seen this girl?
Why, that's the girl that helped me build the Maiden's Arena. Great smell on that one.
You should randomly start saying Dan's name for no reason to bring him out of hiding. Just say really obscene things.
Definitely not. The world can keep itself in tune from now on.
Poor Dan. Why are we bullying him?
I don't think this guy can fix hexapals.
Yeah, what if I just give it to the seagull behind my head? I should be like, yeah, pal, take it away.
Me I shouldn't mess with these guys.
It would be weird. Dating is just never gonna happen. I mean, it'll happen. Like I said, you just have to go to the right places, Despair. Stop going to places where people are working and go to places where people relax. If that makes sense. Where people go to hang out, to relax, to chill, to vibe, to meet more people. I don't know where those places are, because I play online games. But you know. You gonna go? Alrighties, no worries, Hooded. Best of luck. Bro, I got a shop. I'm saying, if you want to meet people, you're not shopping to meet people. Shop, but don't go there. With like that kind of thing, cause like, yeah, it is weird to approach people while they're working. Hey! Other people can hear you, Yoda. Your booty cranking out a massive wet one there. Damn. You okay, homie? That's a way to enter a room. Just fucking shit yourself. Pardon me, too much carry. What that booty say? Also, hi, Puppety. Wait, Yoda, you're not still streaming, are you? Oh, okay, this game is holding my mouse captive, so I can't even go check, but it's fine. Probably not streaming anymore.
Hey, did the spoons in your ship talk?
No.
No.
It's a wonder you didn't die of malnutrition.
What did you say?
Nothing.
'Twas the spoon, man. You tired? Ah, nice, nice.
So, what else does your ship need to fly?
Now we don't have water? Oh my god. I had that the other
Still need
day.
an electronics genius, and once we take care of that, we'll be ready to fly.
Woke up and just had no water.
Okay, see you later. How about this little guy? Would he help? On my ship, they were good at fixing all kinds of things, especially electronics.
Incredible.
It's just annoying when, like, it's not like a planned thing.
Probably exactly what we need, but it looks like he needs some rewiring. and that tech is way beyond me.
Don't just say, Shay. Fix
I don't
him.
think that would help this little guy.
Stick him in the hole.
Nah, Alex would kill me if I
Stick him
messed
in
with
his
that
hole.
after he just got it working. Huh. It's not exactly the same shape, but maybe if I turn it.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that doesn't look good.
There's nothing to indicate
Let's try this pattern.
what would work. What?
Well, heck.
What are those? Why is he saying well heck? What the fuck? It's because sugar dissolves in water and y'all too sweet, so they gotta shut it off. What the fuck? They stole the copper pipes? Oh my god. If it's not the copper pipe, it's the copper wire. Can we stop making these out of fucking copper so people stop stealing them? Christ alive. I don't give a fuck what you make them out of. Just stop making them out of fucking copper. Make them out of lead. Let me die. No, I'm joking. But just still. Stop it. God damn. They're probably just selling the copper straight back to the government anyway. You know? Okay, so I'm gonna move my chat because currently this is being blocked. Wait! Mao! Mao comes out of lurk just to add that. Unbelievable. Mao, are you working? Chat, 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 chat. Let's chat. We go chat. Ta-ta. Hopefully you're not in the way there. Sorry, chat. You gotta scooch your booch. Okay. I don't know what this means. But maybe I gotta keep trying different things and see what happens. You working and sulking? Don't do that. I mean, you definitely can if you wanna, you know?
That's all my wire.
That's all my wire.
Here goes nothing.
Oh!
I see.
What do you mean you see? What do you see? There's more stuff behind my head, also. What does it mean? What do you see, Shay? Okay, let me go look here. And see if there's any clues.
Any status change on Creepy Wolf?
Creepy Wolf?
No, he's still monitoring the nav system.
Rats. Nothing to do but wait, I guess.
Cause like I can't interact with anything. Mao is mashed potatoes now. Mashed potatoes. That guy, his head freaks me out, man. Creepy ass motherfucker. Alright, my parents made a comment on my weight. When I said the jokes were funny, their comments made me want to throw up. Cause you made... Oh wow, okay. Sorry, Mal. Yeah. I think some people don't understand that just because you say it's a joke doesn't mean it's funny. That's why I always say to people, jokes are supposed to be funny. But yeah, no, it's fine, Mao. It's all good. I understand. But yeah, what they said's not cool. So I get that. I'm not really seeing too much in this room that gives me any kind of indication, and since I can't leave the room now, that's not helping. Back to work, no worries, no worries. Accidentally tabbed out.
It's the chart I stole from the big bald wolf.
Oh, bald. I heard big bald, as in like big balls. The guy's got big balls, the big bald wolf. The wolf with big balls, and I was like, what the fuck? No. Bald. Nan's got no hair, basically. You also heard big bald? I'm not going crazy? Cause yeah. Big balls, that's what I heard. He's a big bald wolf. Okay, anyway, let's focus for a second. What if that is the pattern for the wires? Wait, what is the pattern for the wires, Yoda?
Any status change on
This?
It's the chart I stole from the big bald wolf.
I can try it. It doesn't quite line up, but I can try it. We used the navigation or the nav cords earlier for something else, but we can try. So we would make it like here to here to here. It does leave out this one, but we can basically.
How is this strange? At least he's got more wires
For
now.
charging up my diamond druids, but unfortunately none of them survived the crash, which is a shame because they could really help me fix the ship's electronics.
Anyway, we put the boy in here. So it just shows these different symbols.
Well, heck.
I don't know what these mean. No worries, Yoda. I've been trying a couple different combinations. So we can go like 1, 2, 3.
That's all my wire.
That's all my wire. And then you put it in.
I don't know if my wiring helped.
I also don't think your wiring helped. But you know what? You're not helping either. There's symbols there I've never seen
If only
before.
I were on my old ship. Then I could look for the info I need to fix this.
He's not helpful, is he? Nope.
Okay, see you later.
You're gonna goo gel. You're gonna goo gel. It's very confusing because I don't know, man. The wires seem to point this way. Could it be this one?
That's all the wire I have.
But then this one points this way.
Now I'm out of wire.
I don't know, man.
Here
Them
goes
boys
nothing.
don't make sense.
Not sure what that means. If
Even-
only I were on my old ship. Then I could look for the info I need
Is
to
there
fix
like
this.
a code? Spoon, what do you
This is
think?
Some sort of gold spoon?
No, sir. I believe that's an old-fashioned charging station.
Would you like a cup of water?
Cause
You
you
look
look
thirsty
thirsty
as
as
fuck
fuck
right
right
now.
now. Is this a bowl? Let's go.
Alex would kill me if I messed with that after he just got it working.
Will, do you want to be my cookie friend?
That's Dan right now. That's what Dan sounds like. You guys have never heard his voice. That was a recording I made of Dan. Imaginary head pads. Thank you, Yaku.
answer all the questions they'll surely have. Gary's definitely out of range now. I hope he's okay. Looks like a pitch pipe. I don't know how to tune that.
I don't know how to tune that. Shut up, man.
Alex would kill me if I messed with that after he just got it working.
What do you mean he just got it working?
That's all my wire.
Did I try like that before? I don't know what these symbols are. Like they don't seem familiar at all.
Okay.
The only place I can think of where I would have seen it would have been like Marek's computer with the controls for well, kidnapping the girls, I guess. But I cannot think of anything else. Also, Dan, did I add you to the guild yet? Would you like the hints? Can you join a guild yet, Dan? Because then I can just whenever you can. Then I can just add you. Okay, hit me, Yoda. What's the hint? Dinner crate yesterday or earlier today? Oh, I haven't. I think I didn't play after stream yesterday. I can't remember. I fell asleep. Like, I had something open on my phone and I fell asleep. I don't remember the last time I've, like, proper passed out. I'm guessing the clues must be... Oh.
Any status change on Creepy Wolf?
No.
I see them. God damn it.
This
So this is the pattern
sweet
that I need to make?
Yeah, it helps me remember. He wasn't always a teenager.
Oh. Okay, now back to Shay. Such a freaking teeny tiny detail. So now I need to
I don't think that would help this little
wire it to make it show those symbols specifically. So I have to figure out which ones make which. I wonder if the I just hate that there's already wires here because I'm just like, those wires point to each other, but then there's no other wires. Let's just see what that does. I know I need more symbols than that, but let's see. Okay, so that's blue and yellow. I'm missing the red ones? Oh, because I didn't put the red wire in, duh. Okay, so this has got the right symbols in it. It's got the up, down, left, right, the downward facing arrow, and the lines. So I'm missing. Hi, Snail! How are you doing? Do they have to be on different ones? Like...
That's all my wire.
Oh wait, but it would be different symbols, right? Okay, let's see.
And that's all the wire I have.
I just wish they didn't have these loose wires here, because that's, like... Is it this one?
Out of wire.
Okay, wait, let's try this one and see what
That's
it
all
does.
my wire. How does this strain... I don't know if my wiring
That's
helps.
for charging up my
Oh
diamond
shush,
screws.
I clicked on the wrong thing. A lot of trial and error, it's fine, I'll figure it out. I'm gonna assume that that's gonna give me 2 of the same symbols.
Well, that's
Yeah, okay.
something.
So one is up, down, one is left, right. That makes sense. So I'm gonna have to wire it in a way that makes it tell me which ones are which. So the ones I'm missing has to be the ones that I didn't wire at all in the middle. Okay, so let's cut this boy and put it here.
And that's all the wire I have.
So...
Where's the shop? How does this
Oh,
strange
and
device
it's
work?
the color
That's
based
for
on
charging up my diamond.
the wire that I use on them. So these, if I put this in now, it's going to be the red ones.
I
Okay.
see. If only I were on my old ship. Then I could look for the info I need to fix this.
Yeah, shush boy. So I need to move the yellow one to the top. And the blue one.
Rectangle America Megaphone Monday Butthole.
Butthole. Mao is a butthole. Mao Mao. Mao Mao butthole. I have a new keyboard, so I'm going to type random messages to make myself feel better after my purchase. My old keyboard had letters fading off, so that's great.
I meant to say butthole.
Mao, just TTS everything you want to say now, please. So you get double satisfaction. Not only do you get to type it out, you then get to hear the garbage that you wrote. And by garbage, I mean wonderful things. Okay, so... we want a butthole first. So let's figure out how we did this. So, I'm guessing this one's butthole. So... so we need...
I will be heard by everyone far and wide. And if you are not hearing, you can see my bullshit.
Okay, so we needed butthole up, down. Then we needed left, right, which I'm guessing was this one. What's poppin'? Don't mind me, just watching. Thank you, Epsilon. And then we needed Monday, which is this one. And then we needed down, which was this one. And then I'm guessing the other one was that one. I don't know if this is right. I'm gonna try it, but this trial and error, right? Gee?
Why? Hey, he's alive.
Hey yo, I did it! First try. Thank you, Yoda.
So glad to have you back.
So what I did was, I just put the wires in random places, but I could tell based on those, the first one for blue to the second one, and then I just had to move them all around. So, I'm so glad. That's done. Alright, let's give him the hexapal now, because the hexapal has to go fix things.
How about this little guy? I think he wants to help.
Whee!
Wow, look at him go.
Yeah, girl.
And he knows electronics. Great. He might just be the genius I was looking for.
Yep, and they do windows.
Windows?
Well, I couldn't patch everything, but the main living areas should hold together now.
Well then, that means this ship is ready to fly to Loruna. How about you guys?
I'm ready.
Let's go.
Okay, here we go.
Stop. You aren't going anywhere.
Who are you guys?
Phyllis Pimp, we've been talking to people. And
we've connected some dots.
Uh-oh.
When Mog Chothra ate my sister, he barfed you up.
Please tell us where our daughter is.
She's gone beyond the plague den, and we're all going after her.
Who's we?
It sounds like all of us.
Yeah, I had already initiated launch. But,
Uh-oh.
Nice to meet you guys. I'm a friend of your daughter's.
We're a Mog Chothra 2! Dun dun dun! Oops, I'm gonna summon Dan by doing that. Dan Dan
The
Dan!
Deadeye God has truly risen and exposed a whole new segment of beachfront property for development. Looks like this day turned out okay after all.
Huh? Dan just be like, huh?
You're just in time. Marikai is leaving the ship.
Look, there
Mog
it goes.
Chothra.
Is everything else ready?
I baked the cake and put it in the oven.
Oh my goodness.
get out of
Oh
here.
my damn.
Thank you for getting my baking reference.
She's going ham.
Drive red
Ooh.
engaged.
Uh-oh. Boom, bitch.
I'm uninhibited. I'm beautiful.
Marikai, you deserve to die, buddy. Just accept your fate and move on.
Holy smokes. I can't believe that worked.
I can.
Thanks, Mom.
Something tells me we've arrived.
Wow.
So, what do we do now? Honk or something?
Honk.
Time to see if the ship's communication
Beep, beep.
system still works.
Open up.
Ahoy! This is the Star airship Malaruna requesting re-entry. I've been gone a long time, but if you could just open the door, we'll come in and explain.
Alex, I don't think that's going to... Oh, never mind.
Look at that.
It works.
Yes. Oh, wait a second. What's that?
Uh-oh.
Dad, is that?
That's our ship.
You think Mom's on board?
Brace yourself.
Bunk.
You hit them!
Hey, we're on autopilot. But look, since we're so close, I'll extend our gangway and you can use it to go say hi.
It's way too
Whoa.
short.
What, you're afraid of a little jump?
Where's the train when we need it?
They're firing at her! Quick, back up! Let them get out of range!
I told you, autopilot.
Well, do something!
Okay, everybody be quiet. I need to think.
Oh, she can fire the laser. The laser of doom.
Why are they shooting?
You said this was your home.
People, this is just some sort of misunderstanding.
Helping a clan
They've been
member?
gone
No
300
worries.
years. Give them a
I
break,
appreciate the
okay?
lookies.
As soon as I figure out the hailing frequency, I'll tell them who I am and we'll all be laughing about this.
Sure,
I hope
buddy.
You're right, Alex.
Alex, you don't know shit.
Hello?
Let me switch to the girly. I'm gonna press the button. I can finally use the button again. I'm gonna pew pew these bitches. I'll boop them myself.
Hey, I think that ship, I think it belongs to my friend Alex. I can't believe he got that thing running.
Well, go around then. We're under fire.
The only thing this trigger is
Yes,
good
I
for
know,
us.
Gertie.
Alex's ship is close enough. Let's see if this works.
Press that bottom. No?
Rats. I think there's too much interference from the skin of the ship. I need a place with a clearer shot.
I would love to, Captain Volta. But you know once the path is woven, the ship follows only the thread. It's out of my control.
We are going to get blown to bits.
What if we cut the thread? Or something? Can we shoot out the window?
I need a place with a clearer shot.
Oh no! My little friend!
No! Little girl, what have I put you through? It looks like all your little wires got knocked out.
Oh! Poor baby.
Poor thing. Stick with me. I'll make it right.
Do I need to get wires now to fix her?
It looks like all your little wires got knocked out.
Okay. Oh no! More wiring. Yeah, but you can see the blue, the yellow, and the red. So I'm assuming that the Hexagal... it's gonna be a little bit easier.
Moms,
oh yeah?
Just when you think you've taken care of them all,
Another one shows up.
Guess I'd better eliminate these two before they breed. This place is falling apart.
Can I go up here? Can I use both
Let's
on here?
hope that big open window makes for better reception. Darn, didn't hit anything.
Oh!
What the? How did that... Bella, her hot-headedness is gonna get us all killed. It's already too hot to touch. I'm gonna have to kill the circuit in the power room.
Whoops.
Stay here. There are some legacy features of the ship down below that can be unpredictable.
Pardon? My guy.
How'd this thing get set again?
Oopsie.
Oh, come on. We were this close to a real meltdown. Quit being such a fraidy cat, Alex.
Okay. I need wire, but where would I find wire?
Surely the ship's shields will protect us.
Stab him.
Wow, that's hard to say.
I think Lorraine has this under control.
Yep, I'm on it.
Really? He's still talking.
Ugh.
There are no ship shields. We threw the fusion orb out the trash chute.
Excuse me. What protocol calls for the...
No, I think the Space Weaver would feel it.
Oh.
Only for a little while.
There is no protocol for this situation. This is new territory here, okay?
Okay, okay.
My advice is to jump.
Is there still debris in there? Okay, fine. I didn't want to go through there anyway.
Huh. This door must have jammed shut in the rats. This one's not opening either. That's going to start a fire.
I just want the wire. Can I steal some wire? Can I steal a wire? Can I jam the door open? GG's, Hassan.
Think you can pry this door
Whoa.
open, Dutch?
No.
Mark Guthrie did nothing wrong, donated $50. All hail the thrush. Lorna forever.
Mark Guthrie did nothing wrong. Thank you. Thank you for the 50 doodles. Oh my god. Alright, so I do have dono goals up. I don't know if you guys saw them for horror stream. So if we manage to get to 100 doodles, I will play Layers of Fear. If we get to 200, I'll play Alien Isolation. Because I hate my life. But even if we don't make one of those goals, because we got a dono, what I'll do is maybe next stream, so sometime on the weekend, I will play Puppy Playtime. Because I was gonna do it at 1500, but it's fine. We can play it
Think
sooner.
you can pry this door open, Dutch?
When is Five Nights at Freddy's?
I wish I knew how to fix that.
I have no idea.
I don't want to cut that.
I want to cut it. Girl, let me cut things. She never wants to cut anything. Starting uni on Sunday?
This one's
Ooh.
not opening either.
Is everything closed? Maybe there's something in the bedroom? Oh, maybe I need to go through the bedroom. What is this? Is that... I can't interact. She needs to be more emo. Me? Why is she walking so slowly? This girly, I swear. I can't cut up that. Can I cut up anything here?
I don't want to cut that.
I want to cut it, girl.
I don't want to cut that.
I need wires. Oh, I see the joke. I see.
I don't think stabbing his video game system will help.
There's a wire. Give me the wire.
This scrap wire might come in handy if I wanted to repair something.
Marikai, where are you?
Uh-oh.
What caused that explosion?
Sorry, wrong number. How do I turn this off?
You? What happened to Marikai?
He got the big boom. You have to fix your sleep schedule in a day. Oh my god, Hassan.
He hasn't landed yet?
You.
Uh-oh.
Violent abomination.
Abomination. I don't know if this guy's looked in the mirror lately. I don't think I'm the abomination though.
Stop shooting at us and let us go.
You're a terrorist, and you will face justice. Plus, we still need you, Vela.
What the fuck?
What do you need me for?
To true the formation in our bloodline.
Ugh.
Is truing the formation as creepy as it sounds?
We nurtured and disciplined our bloodline for hundreds of years, removing
Impurities.
and built the plague dam to keep them out forever.
Wow.
Unfortunately, it turns out that some of those impurities were necessary. So, as we have become refined, we've also become somewhat delicate. We are a house made out of fine crystal, but we still need rocks and clay for the foundation. That's where you come in.
This storyline is fucked up, like solid fucked up. That's like eugenics level of bullshit.
So, you just need a blood sample from me or something?
Did it just get louder, or am I going
It's
insane?
a simple matter of chromosomes. Those we could synthesize. We need the whole picture.
What?
Your environment, your psyche, your very being. Our processing extracts it all.
Sounds like you want to put me in a blender.
The rendering process ends your short first life, but grants you immortality through the lives of future Larunians.
Gross.
I agree, gross.
Why did you use the boy?
Because even our wisest bloodline ministers cannot discern the precise combination of impurities that will make us whole. But at a certain age, a young man, when raised outside of Loruna, has instincts for these things. Adventure, heroism, conquest. His youthful lusts are sacred to us.
I knew I was going to regret talking to you. So, what will happen to Shay?
He was going to return to Loruna and be celebrated as a hero for the rest of his life. But when you downed his ship, you sealed his fate. Now, he has seen too much.
Why do you pretend these ships are in space?
Several of our first parent teams, upon witnessing the Badlands, succumbed to their pull and settled there forever. Obviously, the frightening visuals drove them mad. So now, we protect them.
Neighbor.
Your system is gross, one-sided, and it hurts people.
Jesus,
You don't even need it. Tear down this plague dam and build a bridge over this gorge. Let people interact in a natural way.
I would think you charmingly naive if what you were saying wasn't so horrific.
Got some tea? What kind of tea did you get?
If you're so weak and fragile,
Also, guys, my
maybe
power is not
we
going
should
off at
just
midnight.
rise up and get rid of you.
Longest stream, maybe.
We took that fight right out of you long ago. Isn't that right, Zelivina?
Get this good time over with.
Lavina.
Oh, creepy grandma.
Please, excuse me. I need to go end your entire way of doing things.
You'll never.
Evil grandma. I'm stunned. Anyway.
It's already cut into short pieces. It looks like all your little wires got knocked out. I'll wire this end here.
Oh wait, that's blue.
That's more like it. That goes there. Okay, that's all my wire.
There we go.
Feels mostly right to me. Hopefully the direction of the wires doesn't matter.
No! Don't say that. The old bitch. The son who taught you that word. Dun dun dan dan dan. We're not saying dun dun duns no more. We're saying dan 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 to give Dan the spooks. You gonna think he done something wrong. You have to go to dinner around midnight? Oh no. Oh shit. Huh? Huh?
Dan.
Ah, there's the old gal I know.
Yay! We did it. Not Kai? No. Definitely not Kai. Kai couldn't teach you such a sussy thing to say.
Hey, President Ugly.
Greetings, specimen.
President Ugly.
Excuse me. I need to go end your entire way of doing things.
You'll never.
Son. Oh man. You see, this is what I thought it was.
Looks like some sort of video
I thought it was
game.
these up-down. I thought that's what it was. Danny boy, the best Viking boy. Yeah? I didn't know we were calling him Danny boy now, but now I'm never gonna call him Dan again. Okay, what did I need to use her to fix? Maybe the... I want to say trash chute, but not the trash chute. The other thing. The doors, maybe? Maybe she let me through the door. I think I want to go through here. Hey, little baby, can you fix this for me, please? Yeah. Make fix. No? Okay. Maybe she fixed this for me?
Even if it were in my power, Captain, that kind of navigation sloppiness is a slippery slope.
Oh.
I am about to come.
Oh! Yeah, go through there, baby. No?
You can unravel me like a sweater, but it won't change the course we're on.
What would she fix? Because she fixes things, but she don't want to fix the door for me. She's just waving her little flashlight. Do you want to fix anything? Little bean? No? Let's go back this way. Do you want to fix this one? Swing the flashlight. Maybe I give her the knife.
I don't want to hurt her.
Give her the tool of destruction.
If I want to fire the death ray, I can just push the button.
She did nothing wrong? The small baby? No. She's pure.
But I can take manual control of the ship.
Not when I am following the commands of a star chart.
That's ridiculous.
I don't make the rules.
Well, who does?
The rules were here before either of us. It's not our job to question them.
We're doomed. Well, go around it then. We're under fire.
Mob Chothran Hate Group donated $50. Okay, sorry, I've changed my mind. These guys got problems.
We are going to get blown to bits.
Surely the ship's shields will protect us.
There are no ship shields. We threw the fusion orb out the trash chute.
Excuse me. What protocol calls for the disposal of our...
There is no protocol for this situation. This is new territory here, okay?
My advice is to just sit back and enjoy the trip.
Mob Chothran Hate
I'm
Group.
asking you to steer a few hundred yards left or right, just for a bit.
Even if you are in my power, Captain, that kind of navigation
Thank you for the 50 doodles.
I am about to come down there and unplug you.
Yeah, we'll play Layers of Fear this weekend. Hell yeah.
but it will change the course we're on. The nav scarf has been deployed.
Shouting
But I can
layers
take
of
manual
fear.
control of the ship.
Not when I am following the commands of a star chart.
That's ridiculous.
I don't make the rules.
The names.
Well, who does?
The rules were here before either of us. It's not our job to question them.
Oh shit. Have they just been going through the same dialogue this whole time? Shine the torch on her. Yeah, baby. Do your thing. The most calm, shouting, sounding. Fuck, I can't read.
I would love to, Captain Volta.
Stab her.
Hey, the talking knife. What side do you think he's on?
Oh.
It's out of my control.
We are
I
going.
think if I want to fire the death ray, I can just push the button.
Surely the ship's shields will protect us.
Hey, mind if I...
Oh, please don't touch those. I control all the ship's systems from
Reading skill
I
issue,
just wanted to
definitely.
blow up the ship.
My brain
because
was
that's
still
one of the things you can
smooshed.
Do there.
Oh. No, I don't want to do that. Never mind.
There are no ship shields. We threw the fusion orb out the
Layers
trash
of
chute.
fear. Yay.
Yay. That is the most unenthusiastic yay I've ever heard.
There is no
But yeah,
protocol
so
for this
depending
situation.
on...
This is new territory here, okay?
My advice is to just sit back and enjoy the trip.
I am only asking you to
On
steer
the
a few
load
hundred
shedding,
yards
I'll
left
have to
or right,
figure out
just
when
for a
to do
bit.
the stream.
If you are in my power, Captain, that kind of navigational sloppiness is
So,
slippery slope.
I'm thinking we do an
Come down
evening
there and
stream.
unplug you.
You can unravel me like a sweater.
These people are just gonna keep talking, right?
Alex's pyramid really looks like it's going to melt down soon.
Probably because I pressed the button. Okay, so either we do... I'm thinking we do an evening stream. So I would have to start it maybe... Well, after dinner sometime? Or even during dinner, so at like 5-ish. I'll speak to Ray about it. If I can start at 5-ish, and then I would have to end at 10 because of load shedding. I'm not too sure about Sunday. I think I might need to just take a little break. But we can continue during the week as well. But so apparently what they're doing now... Whoa!
I went to the hospital the other day and I found an old man. I went to talk to him and he told to come closer and whisper to me, Tato will play Layers of Fear.
What? Which old man did you... Why are you talking to old man, Hassan? I don't know what she's supposed to do. Because she just got a torch, yeah? You have to take his toy? The old man? Why are you taking his toy? This little girlie could not be less interested in doing anything other than waving her little torch around.
Rats. This one's not opening either.
He's old enough to play with toys? What are you even saying, Hassan? That's such a cool VTuber. Thank you, Rebel. How are you? Hassan, please. Yeah, I'm not on the same page as Hassan. Definitely. I have no idea what he's saying. Can anyone translate for me?
Rats. Think you can pry this door open, Dutch?
Hassan is on his own page. Yep. In his own book, on his own page. You said, why are you taking old man toys? Yeah? You said I have to take his toy? That's why I'm asking. What are you saying? Where is Onigiri? Onigiri doesn't work with this VTuber because it's a different program. I need to find a way to do it. History? Why? What do you mean you're taking history? Why are you taking history and where are you putting it? Writing skill issue? Oh, definitely. Patient history? Oh.
Not when I'm following the commands of a star chart.
That's ridiculous.
I don't make the rules.
Well, who does?
Hey, you're steering the ship, right? Can you get us out of here?
I am but the wheel of the power. The ship controls itself.
You won't budge a little to the left or right? We'll die if you don't.
That was a ride. Yeah.
How does that help?
How you doing, Spawn? Spawn is the beautiful one, guys.
For either of us. It's not our job.
She's also got very good chilled vibes and streams in the mornings, like my time mornings. So if you guys need a morning stream, check her out. I know she do play Pew Pews, but she also plays chill stuff like Stardew Valley.
I would love to, Captain Volta. But you know once the path is roving.
And she got Bunny. She got Bun Bun. Very cute Bun Bun.
Don't touch that. It's very sensitive.
What the fuck? Why did Stream Elements?
That information is given out on a need-to-know basis.
Stream Elements, can I help you? Skill issue? That's okay.
Surely the ship
So that one is exclamation SO.
Excuse me. What protocol calls for the disposal of our...
There is no protocol for this situation. This is no territory here, okay?
My advice is to just sit back and enjoy the trip.
I am only asking you to steer a few hundred yards left or right just for a bit.
Even if it were in my
Are they just gonna complain the whole time?
navigational sloppiness is a slippery slope.
I am about to come down there and unplug you.
You can unravel me like a sweater.
Yeah, they're still arguing.
Looks like there's a bunch of debris in there. I can't get through.
I already went in there, but... Okay. I definitely have to go in there, because that's the only room that I can get into. Everything else has been locked. All the sweetest words, only for the sweetest girl. Wink wonk. I can't wink properly. The only time I wink is like by mistake. Like that. Uwu. Uwu is for Spawn. Let's stab this.
I don't want to cut that.
Bitch. I wanna.
I think if I want to fire the death ray, I can just push the button.
Ignore my cheeks getting red here. No. There's gotta be something in here.
Got him!
Hey yo!
Surveillance screens don't seem to be working.
Thank you for the gift, Savvy Dan. 4th pound. Thanks, Dan. 1.
Rats. This one's not opening either.
Cut it. I want to cut it. Just make like a cut around.
I don't want to cut that.
2, 3, 4. I feel like I'm missing something. Spawn's got all the emotes now. All of them.
Looks like some sort of video game.
Let's play it,
Looks
Bella.
like some sort of video game.
What would she know about video games? She doesn't have technology.
I don't think stabbing his video game system will.
Sorry for the typing skill issue. I'm blaming it on the new keyboard. Yeah, how would she know? She doesn't have any technology. She comes from a country with fuck all. We used to think they were like from different planets, like well, actually different ages even, because it's called Broken Age, right? I thought they were like past and future, because we played, Jargon and I played a game like that before. Typing skill issue, as the son would say. Mao even spelled typing wrong. He wrote typoing. He's got a typoing skill issue today.
The only thing this trigger is good for is firing at rats. This one's not opening either.
Hassan, help! What am I missing? Mao! Mao! There's the new name. Mao's gotten like 4 different names today.
But I can take manual control.
Missing skills.
Not when I am following the commands on the star chart.
That's ridiculous.
I don't make the rules.
I think you need to go to the boy. Oh.
The rules were here.
I did not even think of that, I'm not gonna lie. I have the spoon and I- oh,
Gary?
this guy.
Come in, Gary.
It's Grabbing Gary.
Grabbing time again.
Let's go, Grabbing Gary. They make fuck.
What the? Why are we grappling the other ship with our cargo loaders? Who's doing that? Hey, why are these boom arm controls
Oh, they
set to
hugging.
manual?
Wink wonk.
Must have been
That's what we
flipped
call
by
it now.
incoming Fire. What's next?
Also, it's Mark Chatra, Hassan. Spell it right. No.
Rats. My mom must have set the boom arms back to centralized control.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Erna.
Hey, what gives? Gary, don't you feel like grabbing? That should have worked. Did my mom override the manual controls?
Does that mean...
The one time I think the solution actually is a hug, my mom says no.
Does that mean I can switch back to the goal and then play on the video games? Shush, Mom. Who asked? How you doing, Aruna? You said your power was back, right? Is everything fine? Like nothing got damaged or anything?
Looks like some sort of video game.
No. Oops. Alex, the door was locked before, so we couldn't go in there. And Alex was like, no touchy.
Wow.
Whoa, there's a music
hey,
notes and colors down here. Noom.
Dad, what are you doing here?
Just patching up a few more
At full
holes.
power, you don't
Seems
have to
like
throw out
every
any
time I
food.
fix
Hell yeah. Well, I'm glad to hear that.
Oh, gotta go.
It's the kind of the same thing that we have to deal with in South Africa. Oh!
Dad? Did you see something?
What?
Evil boys.
Another breach?
No, not exactly.
Oh, good.
There's 4 little evil
Because
boys
I have
in
enough
here.
to worry about up here.
Shit. Okay, okay. Let's go see. Oh, I just saw something else. There's a book with stuff on it. I'll come back to it, I guess. Oh!
Hello.
Whoa!
You guys from the old ship? Have you been down here 300 years? All alone?
Their music?
Well, so, would you mind if I just scooted by into the...
They have little instruments as tools. That's so cute.
You don't want me in there.
Yeah, thanks, Epsilon!
That's cool. I got
I
other
hope
stuff
our
to do.
Warframes is going well. You doing credit farm? Do you want the spoon?
Don't see anything there I want to eat.
Do you want this?
If I only use this button,
Oh.
I can just push it.
Fine, God. You hate wasting things, especially food? Yeah, it sucks. It sucks having to throw stuff away.
Looks like part of the old ship controls. There's a decayed old logbook here.
Okay. We have come to the conclusion that the ship itself is lying to us. Tomorrow we will try and land on one of the hostile planets. Which, as far as we know, might not even be. Dun dun dun! But there's a code here. So I might need to change something. But let's go look what this is. This is music room. Instruments.
Whoa. It's a music morgue.
Can you play any instruments? I cannot. I have no musical talent.
Such a shame. This is what happens when you don't take care of your instruments for 300 years.
You know what? I hate wasting my potential. I still do it anyway. Crazy Mug. Crazy Mug, are you back in the US yet? Whoa.
Still sounds drummy.
It sounds drummy. Because that's a sound. What is this?
Hey, looks like a radio. Like a broken radio.
Broken radio. Okay. CM Punk? What? You play the drums, Haruna? That's really cool. I love drummers. I can't name any, but I think drummers are cool. I hate wasting my time, but I still do it. Yeah, you play League of Legends, Hassan. Not until the end of the year. Ah, we're still in the beginning of the year, so it's quite far away. I don't know why I thought it was gonna be more, like, sooner. Words are hard. Words are dumb. You picking up what I'm putting down? You haven't touched the game for a week?
This harp's still kind
That's
of
good.
intact. Maybe with the right musician, it can still sound great.
Oh? Is the spoon a musician?
Don't see anything there I want to eat.
Damn it. Okay. You think I'm cool? Hell yeah. I mean, you do arts. That already makes you cool. Hey, little Hex pal, can I borrow you for a second?
I didn't know our little electrical genius could dance.
Yeah, I just moved some wires around on her back and she started dancing.
Huh.
Is it girl?
Anybody there?
Hey, little Hexapal, come with me. There's somebody I want you to meet.
Sorry. She only wants to dance now. Not interested.
Hello? Hey, little Hexapal, come with me.
This is the dandelion.
I wish I knew how to fix this radio. Hey, little Hexapal, you still have some electrical geniusness deep in there somewhere?
Sorry. She's all about the rhythm now. Hey!
Well, look at that. His tinkering must be wired in on a deeper level. And he's already done. Still, better come with me.
Aww.
Aww. You guys are the cool ones? Nah. Well, we can all be cool. Let's all be cool. How's that?
My name's Alex. I've been gone.
Oh, she changed the wiring. Okay, so there was that other code that we had to have as the thingamajigs. But I don't remember where all the things were. So I'm gonna have to
This is the Malaruna.
re-remember things.
Hear me?
Damn it. Okay,
Come in, Laruna.
okay.
Please, come in.
Let's cut these quick. So the way I had it before,
Gatekeeper.
I had like
Customs, anyone?
1, 2, and 3, right?
Now I'm out of wire.
Yeah, shush boy.
Okay, he's wired now, but I have no idea if he's wired correctly.
Can I... Doesn't look like it. Can I put him back in the thing to see what his wires look like?
Anybody there?
He's all juiced up now, but I guess a little top off couldn't hurt.
I just want to see what his things are, please. Sir. You haven't been cool since 2005. You peaked in 5th grade. Oh my god.
This is the Dandelion Cruiser Malaruna.
Are you one of those talented kids that burned out in school because they were overwhelmed by life? Okay, let's take him out. Now we can do the thing, yeah?
My name's Alex. I've been gone like a long time.
Okay, so we need to connect this one to this one. This one to this one. Okay. So
Anybody from Laruna hear me?
this one to this one. This one to this one.
Please come in. Gatekeeper.
This one to this one. This one to this one.
Anyone? Hello? Hello?
Chatto mate.
Anybody there? Hello?
There.
This is the Dandelion Cruiser Malaruna.
There.
We're outside the gate requesting entry.
And then this one.
My name's Alex. I've been gone like a long time.
To this one.
And that's all the wire I have.
I think.
Please answer.
That's the harp playing pattern, I'm pretty sure.
There we go. He can play the harp for me. Sorted.
Mayday.
I'm big smart. You haven't been cool since 2003. That's the year you were born in. Oh my god. That means you're turning 20 this year, Hassan. Why are you so old? Why are you so ancient, man? You're gonna start falling apart now. Everything goes downhill.
Well, that looks right at least. He's actually pretty good. I think I'll let him play for a while.
Oh, is there a hammer missing?
Dang, someone stole the drum mallet. I could have really made some noise with that thing.
Okay, let's grab this little guy.
Yeah, that's enough harp music for now.
I'm guessing that I'm gonna need him to make friends with the other guys. I wish I'm as young as you guys. Hassan. You guys want this?
Alex would make better use of this radio.
That's it. It's bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A, yes, that's it. It's bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A, yes.
That shit always gives me a fright. Should we give the radio to Alex? There we go.
How did you get that old thing working?
My
Never
little
mind.
robot friend.
Let me have it. I can use it to call Laruna and straighten out this mess once and for all. Hello?
It's okay. Someone has to be old and wise, or at least old.
Hello? Can you hear me? Oh, wow. It's so amazing to be talking to a person.
Hey, Alex, maybe Vela is trying to overheat the death ray on purpose.
What possible purpose could she have in burning us all to death?
Well, I'm sure she's doing it for some reason.
Why? You've never even met her.
Just a hunch, I guess.
Okay, I'm starting to like him. A little.
I like how his her family is just chilling there.
Just to go over it one more time. You guys are totally clear that I wasn't kidnapping maidens on purpose, right?
Yes, we know, Shay. It's a lot to take in. But I think we get the general picture.
We'll give you a pass for now. But when I see my sister again, she better back up your story.
Grandpa ain't having none of that shit. Alright, so I think maybe...
Oh, sure. I can still hold. No.
How did the little girl have it wired? Was it this way? Oops.
And that's all the wire I have. Okay, he's wired now, but I have no idea if he's wired correctly.
Wait, let's ask her. Maybe she can rewire him to make him dance. Nope.
Hey, what's
Oh.
wrong? Batteries run out?
Not sure. I'm working on it.
How did you make him dance? Tell me, little girl.
Sorry,
Tell me your
but
secrets.
I had to take your friend away. He was needed for an important purpose.
That's what they said about my sister.
How do I lure those other little guys out?
Man, this is the creepiest hold music.
There's this one here, this one here, and this one here.
That's all my wire.
Because that's the hop one?
That looks mostly right. I hope order doesn't hurt it.
Oh. Oh, shit. Okay, hold on.
Sorry, what?
I did do it wrong.
No, I'm in the ship.
This one, then this one, then this one.
And that's all the wire.
Mod 8.
It's the harp playing pattern, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. I know, because I need to get those other little guys to play music, I think. I think that's what they need to do, but they've gone feral. Oh! Hold on, wait. Check, guys. Do you remember this? Those were the... Oh wait, I'm blocking the thing. There. You guys see? That was the, like, little... girls pretending to be blind, protectors or whatever. That's pretty funny. Do you want to be friends? Mm-hmm.
Wow, they really like you. Maybe a little too much. I'd better not leave you here with them.
Aww.
It looks like these guys have been on their own for a really long time.
You guys want
If I
this?
use this button, I can just push it.
You want
Don't
the
see anything
spoon?
there I want to eat.
200 IQ? Yeah? I want this.
Hey, what gives? I thought we were friends now. I guess it's just my little hexapal they like, not me.
Do I need to change the wiring? Maybe he'll grab it with this. Let's see if I can make him grab it. Can you go do it, little buddy?
Hey, what gives? I thought we were friends now. I guess it's just my little hexapal they like.
That's why I was
not me.
trying to send the hexapal out, but you know.
Fascinating.
Here, take him. What the heck?
Fascinating.
I can't do anything while they're doing that though. Oh shit, they're following me. Let's go, little pals. Let's go, we're gonna go make music. Come on.
Oh, hey. You guys like music too?
There we go. Okay, you distract them.
Yeah,
Thanks, guy.
tickle those strings.
Take-
He's actually
Pardon?
pretty good. I think I'll let him play for a while.
Yeah, you distract those little boys. I'm gonna do things. Bunk!
What?
Oh, that's a hammer?
Hey, this switch is just an old drum.
I thought it was a switch.
I hope the engine's not just an old tuba.
What is this way? Ooh! Spooky. Another one.
There. Now the power's back on. I think.
That one was a sweetie. I love that they made Frodo Baggins say tickle those strings. Whoa! Aruna! Excuse your booty! Goddamn! You know other people can hear you. Let's go slap that drum.
Hey, that thing's still pretty loud. Still sounds drummy.
I don't think any of these guys need a... Only one of these seems like he needs one. But even then, I'm not sure. Do you guys want this?
These guys really know how to follow the leader.
Do I need to give it to you?
I don't want to hit that. These guys really know how to follow the leader.
Let's go back up for now and see what that did. Oh! Oh, the juice is back. The juice is back. Because that's the thing that Alex turned off.
Looks like someone soldered these parts in place.
Ah, their casings must have melted together in the heat. Now I couldn't take them apart if I wanted to. Trust me, if a girl ever asks you to make her a death ray, say no.
But that's how you get a girlfriend, is it not?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Build her a death ray?
It's not big enough to knock him out. If I wanted to do that, I mean, which I don't.
Violence?
Thought about it.
Yeah, I can hold.
Smash the radio.
Shouldn't be too long now.
Smash the... No. I was gonna say something,
Yes,
but
hi, this is Alex.
that would have sounded very weird.
They're so hot and brittle, they'd probably shatter. And I don't see any reason to do that.
Oh,
Yeah, but I didn't want to say
I
smash.
can still hold. No.
Yeah, I'm not finishing that sentence. No, thank you. Okay, so she should be able to fire the beam of doom again. The dead ass. Dan, what the heck, man? No, so her son said the kid, but I was saying smash, and I was
Looks
just
like
like
some sort of video game.
not finishing, not making use of that to finish the sentence. Thank you very much.
Hey, President, please.
Okay, we don't say anything more to President Ugly, apparently. I thought I'd be able to control the arms, but maybe I can't. Sus? Yeah, it is sus. That's why I was like, I'm not saying that. But I felt the need to explain to you guys why I was not saying it. Hi, Umpissy!
Well, go around it then. We're under fire.
I would love to, Captain Fulton.
I can't believe it. Dan saying sus things can be him.
Flying that other ship. It came from Shellmount.
Great. Well, it's in our way.
Shay was in Shellmount when I saw him. If you met Alex there,
I'm doing okay.
he could very well be on that ship, and maybe your husband, for that matter.
Well, if any of us want to get out of here alive, we need to get away from this wall.
I had to say goodbye to my doggy on Monday, so that was very difficult. But otherwise, I'm doing okay. How about you,
Why don't you want our ship grabbing the other ship?
Because that ship is about to melt down. If we're attached to it, we'll
Yeah,
melt
it's
down
big
too.
fedgy wedgies.
So what? The world would be better off without
But
these
it's okay.
mobs. I'm sure we'd get off okay. Can't you go around them?
The Space Weaver has control of the ship while he executes
Thanks
his
for the
whirling
hugs.
path. He's so by the book, he'll never deviate from his path. Not even to go around that ship.
Do you think the other ship has the same navigation problem?
They probably do. Oh, this is bad.
Can't we just push them out of the way?
We're trying to, but so are they.
Mog jam. But what if it's Shay who's controlling the arms?
Shay would never do anything that reckless. If there's
The
one
mum's
thing
hair
I've
looks
taught
like
that boy
noodles.
over the years, it's
It
the
does.
importance of safety.
Maybe you should get off this ship. It's me they want.
You think they'd let me get away now? I've seen too much. And I'm not going anywhere.
I'm gonna go try to figure out a solution.
Okay, I'll keep trying to reason with this idiot.
What makes you think insults will help? Honestly. It's out of my control.
We are going to get blown to bits!
Surely the ship's...
Can I make pee again, or?
What? Not again.
Oh.
Bella, when are you gonna get control of your temper? How'd this thing get set again? Ah.
So wait, we need to somehow turn them around.
On! We were this close to a real meltdown. Quit being such a fraidy cat, Alex.
Do we want it to melt down? Do we need to bonk Alex over the head to make him not do that? Her waist is like Hisoka. Oh, because it's small?
Hello?
It's not big enough to knock him out. If I wanted to do that, I mean. Which I don't.
Grandpa thought about it.
Hello? Can you hear me?
What is that dangly thing? Mal, you can't just ask people about their dangly things.
Talking to a person finally.
At least ask in the DMs, you know. Sassy. Mama sassy. The dangling toy. Oh, I don't think it does anything. Because I can't interact with it.
It's just a switch. I think I can work it with my hands. It's just a switch. I think I can work it with my hands. I think we're in range, but nothing's happening. Must be getting interference from the outer hull. Need to find a clearer shot.
Whoa.
Maybe off is the way to go. It's just a switch. On. It's just a switch. I think I can work it with my hands.
Bonk them? Who am I bonking?
I think if I picked this book up, it would disintegrate.
Oh, maybe if I remove...
Yeah, that's enough heart music.
They're gonna go back and be angry? They're gonna prevent him from going back? Yep. Okay. So Alex can't turn the thing off. We're gonna get overheat over melt the thing.
Hello?
Go boom. I don't know if that's what we want to do, but I'm gonna do it.
Alex's pyramid really looks like it's going to melt down soon. I sure hope he has an escape plan.
Yeah, so that doesn't do
Alex's
anything.
pyramid really
That's just
looks like it's going
the
to
old
melt down
controls.
soon.
I love how they're following you. Yeah. I've returned from the grind.
Again.
Nice.
But Bella, when are you gonna get control of your temper?
Dangly bits. I mean, they were dangly.
How'd this thing get set again? Ah.
Oh, come on.
What?
We were this close to a real meltdown.
How did he
Quit being such a fraidy cat, Alex?
How did he get past the little boys? I didn't think he'd be able to get past the little boys. Alex, you shit.
Didn't work that time, but it should have. Alex, did you disable my death ray?
Whoop. Tomate. How do I...
Hello? Hello?
Why can't I loop him over the head? Grandpa, don't you wanna...
your cane back. Great.
A purple bird brought it back to him. Empty.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I got jumped by a couple of druids, see, and... Oh!
Ow!
You're right. No excuses.
Yeah.
Don't see anything there I want to eat. I don't think that's going to win them over.
Hey, nice pyramid, Hassan. It was a bun pyramid even. So I'm confused. Why can he go past the little boys? Oh! But I can't.
Hey, what gives? I thought we were friends now. I guess it's just my little hexapal they like, not me. Hey, that thing's still pretty loud. It says, Alexander, honey, if you always put your drum mallet back where it goes, you'll always know where it is. Should have listened to your mother, Alex.
Can I put
I'll
that
clean
there?
up the instruments after I'm done. That's not how you play the harp. Hey, that thing's still pretty loud.
I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do.
Yeah, tickle those strings. He's actually pretty good. These guys really know how to follow the leader. If I only use this button, I can just... I think we're in rain.
Hello?
Hey, Alex?
Not now, Shay. I need to get through to someone who can get us out of this
Whee! Thank you for the confettis.
Hey, Alex?
Smash it.
It's not big enough to knock him out. If I wanted to do that, I mean. Which I don't.
Grandpa thought about it.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Sorry, but I had to take your friend away. He was needed for an important purpose.
That's what they said about my sister.
Oof.
Oh, wow. It's so amazing to be talking.
It's a robot charging station. At least that's what I used it for.
Yeah, I can hold.
This apparatus doesn't look like it can take much more heat.
Do I have to just keep doing it? Go again.
Yes, hi. This is Alex.
I don't know. What happened to the first character? So I can switch between the characters. So she's still here, but one help? Yeah, Hassan, I'm a little bit confused. How do I stop Alex from turning it off? Because every time I turn it on, he turns it back off again, the little shit.
On.
Give him the hammer. Oh! To play the drum? I see, okay. I guess I'll have to look for another pattern then.
Still sounds drummy.
I still have the hammer, right?
Yeah, that's enough heart music for now.
Let's go, little buddy. Can I just give him the hammer?
I bet you'd look cute holding this. That's not a very loud way to play the drums. Maybe it's a jazz thing.
Okay, so now I need to redo his things so that he's slamming the drum. Okay, hold on.
That's her flashlight waving.
That shit is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-N. This shit is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-N.
Yeah, I've seen some people talking about Atomic Heart. What is it? Well, I mean, like, obviously it's a game, but what is it about?
That's all my wire.
Max. GG's Max.
Now we're talking.
Hey, what's going on down here? Put those things down and be quiet, please. I'm trying to talk to Loruna upstairs and I can't even hear myself.
Sorry, what?
Down.
I can't hear you. Hell yeah. Okay, power's on already, so let's switch through. I remember because the little girl just waves her flashlight around and I was like, what is she supposed to do? I figured it out. Big brain.
Should we do something about that?
Oh, I don't think we should touch the young man's things, dear.
Uh-oh. Looks like that old ship is having some sort of radiation meltdown. Space Weaver, evasive action.
I told you, Cat. I cannot override the path once.
If we're touching that ship when it melts down, we'll melt down too. Are you telling me that the Model 6X doesn't even have the basic self-preservation and hazardous object avoidance capability of a Series 4?
No, sure. Play that card. Backing up.
Okay.
Come on, you stupid death ray.
You don't like the mom? She's kind of annoying. Oh man.
How'd this thing get
Have you
set again?
played a game called Alex!
Come on. We were this close to
How?
a real meltdown. Quit being such a fraidy cat, Alex.
What the fuck? Did I go backwards? How? Why did it turn off? Huh? This is not where I put you. Why are you playing that with a fucking hammer in your hand? Did it go backwards? It must have.
That's all my wire.
Alex is a little bitch.
I don't think that's how you play a harp.
Get in here, you. Alex should mind his business.
On.
Yes. is just gonna show me the same cutscene again.
Again? Bella, when are you gonna get control of your
No! What the fuck?
temper? How'd this thing get set again? Ah.
What?
Oh, come on. We were this close to a real meltdown.
What did I... Huh?
There are no ship shields. We threw the fusion orb out the trash chute.
Space Weaver, weave us a new path right away.
I cannot until we reach our destination, I'm afraid. Excuse me, what protocol calls for the disposal of our...
There is no protocol for this situation. This is new territory here, okay?
My advice is to just...
No, I think the Space Weaver...
I am only asking you to steer a few hundred yards left or right, just
I'm confused why it doesn't work anymore. Did I break it? Do something with the go? I did? I already did that, his son. The robot should already be on the drum, because that's where I put him. Look, he keeps going back here. The small robot with the girl. But it doesn't do anything. Oh. See just... Oh, do I need to rewire it? Do I need to rewire the little one? The girl?
Even if it were in my power, Captain, that kind of navigation is slow.
Maybe she'll play the video game for me. Wait, I can't change the wires? Huh?
That's her flashlight waving safety pattern. I think if I want to fire the death ray, I can just push the button.
I can't change her wires though. Oh!
Let me put that
now I
somewhere
can.
else. These shouldn't be connected.
What was it? This one, this one,
Here.
and this one?
Now I'm out of... Huh. Well, that's evocative.
So either she fucks with this or she fucks with the... No, she's not gonna fucks with this. Okay. Alternatively, she fucks with the... Weaver? The Wire Master? Yeah, I'm the Wire Master now. $200 IQ? Debatable.
I am about to come down there and unplug you.
You can unravel the iron sweater, but it will change the course.
Down here?
The nav slot has been deployed.
You wanna play with this? Hehehehe.
Hey! That is an extremely sensitive...
Space Weaver, report.
I'm experiencing severe...
What? What is it? Are you damaged?
Stop! Stop it, please!
Hang on. I'm coming right down.
My arms!
Good job, little girl. You keep them both occupied for a while, okay?
Watch my controls for a bit, would you?
Yeah, boy.
Our navigation bot seems to be malfunctioning. I shouldn't be gone too long.
Let's go play with some buttons. It's button mashing time. That's how I play games. Just mashed all the buttons until something works. Skill? Don't know her.
Let's hope this isn't the self-destruct button.
Oh!
Space Weaver, snap out of it. It's
Okay.
make it stop, please.
All I can do is press that one button, which lets me hear them. I am unsure. I'm thinking I must be controlling the arms.
Looks like some sort of video game.
Ah! Bella.
There you are, saboteur.
What? Oh! Girlie is
Let's
back.
try that again. What do you say, kid?
What? Does that mean Mama's back in here?
You'll never guess what was wrong with the nav system.
What?
Malfunctioning safety pal. Had to rewire the thing and return it to its host.
Oh, so now we can go wherever we want?
What? No, now we're right back where we started. But we don't have to listen to that maddening giggle anymore. But I can take manual control of the ship.
Not when I am following the commands on Star Chart.
That's ridiculous!
I don't make the rules.
Well, who does?
The rules were here before either of us.
Okay, okay. Let's just go back and make the thing laugh again. Then we can figure out where we need to go. Yeah, she's a pain in the ass.
Unhook those.
I would love to, Captain Volta. But you know once the path is woven, the ship follows only.
Connecting to this terminal, put this here. Now I'm out of... That's the pattern that makes her wave her arms in the air.
You remember the name of the game? Yeah? Okay, that's gonna get Mama out of the way.
Did you?
Hehe. Oh, BioShock! I see. I've never played any of the BioShock games, no.
Please be more specific.
I think if I want to fire the death ray, I can just push the button. I need a place with a clearer shot.
Switch to Shay? Yeah, I mean I can. The power's on though, I don't think I have... Oh wait. I need to do this. To irritate. Wait, what? Oh, his thing is set wrong.
Now,
You have load shedding in an hour? In 10 minutes? Oh man.
Not again.
I watched Kai play a bit of BioShock. Oh wait, hold on. Can't Shay now?
I think we're in range, but nothing's happening. Must be getting interference from the outer hull. Need to find a clearer shot.
Maybe Shay needs to go upstairs? You like the BioShock games?
Hey, what gives? Gary, don't you feel like grabbing? That should have worked. Did my mom override the manual controls? The one time I think the solution actually is a hug. My mom says no.
It's like a shooting game with a good story. Yeah. Okay, manual. Now switch back to Shay. I've never...
Gary? Come in, Gary. It's grabbing time again.
Grabbing time.
Good work, Gary.
Okay.
It's an honor to be grabbed by such a professional.
And then we switch back. This is a live adaptation, really?
What is it? Tell me, Space Weaver.
I don't think she can't shoot from here,
I
right?
think if I want
Yeah.
to fire the death.
What did he say? Boop.
Getting hot in here again.
I'm sure it will stop.
It always does.
Oh.
It's too late. The meltdown has started. Everybody out.
We did it.
The other ship is melting down and it's taking us with it!
Over here. You have to jump. I'll catch you. Mom, Dad.
Watch out!
Hey.
Merrick.
Grandpa! Yeah, boy!
I thought you were a baker.
I can do that too.
Shay!
Mom!
Jump, son!
Nope. Goodbye. Where's the birds when you need them? Gary!
Gary?
Oh, good boy.
Gary! No! Gary, get out of there! Gary!
Oh! Should have let him fall. Oh, how convenient, it melted into a bridge. SMH my head? Yeah. Whoa. We finished it? Okay, stream over, bye. Oh, they made a little band. Now alien? No. Now what happens? I don't know. Apparently the spoon and the fork had a spork. They sporked and had a spork. This is a very good game. The families reunited. Grandpa's happy. The maiden's gonna kick his ass. Good. Because now they're stuck outside this wall with the evil people. I mean, they're stuck with Marek. They're not stuck with the rest of them. There we go. Elijah Wood, Jack Black, Will Wheaton, Jennifer Hale, Pendleton Ward. Why do I recognize that name? I don't recognize the rest of these people. Chris Brown with a K, not to be mistaken for the other Chris Brown. Hassan, is there like a sequel to this or something, or do we just get left there? Elijah Wood is the dude from The Lord of the Rings? Yes, I know, Hassan. There isn't. Adventure Time creator. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, yeah. Yeah. The name was very familiar. And the story also makes a lot of sense now. If he had, like, any contribution to the story. But I guess maybe just voice actor? I don't know. I'm unreasonably invested now and I'm unhappy. Lumpy Space Princess Shelby. He was Lumpy Space Princess's voice. Who did he voice in this? Hey, she caught a giant fish. Nice. Probably because of that giant hook that I gave her. Gus? Wasn't Gus the lazy bum? Yeah, he was the lazy bum. Interesting. Yeah, it was. I really enjoyed it. Some parts were not very, like, obvious. I definitely felt like a dummy a few times. But it was really good. Annual Bridge Crossing Festival? Oh, that's cute. So do they live in harmony now? Oh, she's all grown up. And she baked a cake of herself. Oya? The name there? Oya? They're friends now? Or more than friends? Do you ship them, Yoda? Oh, these are all the people who backed the project. That's really cool. There's a lot of Alexes who backed this. Holy shit. Is that how they named the character called Alex? Anonymous, 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 anonymous dude. That is a lot of backers. We're on B now, though. Y'all know what toppings Black Pearl Cookie uses? Does she use cooldown, maybe? I can check mine. I haven't logged on today. Did you see? Are you seriously reading all these names? I didn't, because I was looking at my phone. I was wondering if there was going to be some weird names, not real names in there. Look at all the Chris's. Oh god, there's a lot of Chris's. All the Christophers. Christopher, Chris. Dan. 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 Dun. Dan. 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 Daniel. Dan. 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 Smart. Debatable. Huh? King Ding Dong? Was there a king? What? Dan is the King Ding Dong. You waiting to see your name? Why did you back it, Hassan? Oh, on my Black Pearl I'm using Raz. What is it called? Searing Raspberry? Oh, if it's there? Oh, well I think we've gone past H's. Yeah, so it looks like I'm using the Searing Raspberry. I don't know if mine's built properly though, to be fair. Jiff? I don't know anyone with the name Jiff, I'm not gonna lie. My name Jiff? Oh, guys, it's so warm. I don't know what I'm gonna play now. It's so warm, my brain is all melty. Boom Trooper. Logan James, Hoarder of Chickens. Mao is like searching really hard. Looking at all these names. It's going way too fast for me. I can't comprehend the words on the screen. There's too much going on. Robot Sock Monkey. I feel so indie right now. That was one of the names. I feel so indie right now. My head itches. Patrick, shut up and take my money, par. Rip Doug too soon? What the heck? Cheesesteak. Dead man walking. Grape soda. Captain Jesus. F for Doug, yeah. Run, you pigeons. There's a whole bunch of Simons. Smells like vinyl? Are we still in the game? Oh. T-Bone. There you are, Peter. That's a weird name. Uh-oh, we've hit the Williams. Oh, actually, the Williams didn't last very long. That's surprising. The aphrodisiac? Imagine misspelling the thing that you want to put there. Nice. Huh. That was a good game. Yeah. Thank you, Hassan, for getting me the game. I didn't even know it existed, I'm not gonna lie. I'd never heard of this game before. Hassan just sneaky bought it for me. He was like, hey, can I add you on Steam? And I was like, yeah, why not? Next second, adds me. Alright, so I can put that in the finished folder now. Goodbye. Uninstall. Because you can't, there's no like other way to play it, right? Unlike that other game. I've actually finished 11 games on stream, which is surprising. Let me just share my... This one? Why is it displaying so weirdly? Why the capture looks so weird? Oh. Maybe resolution was funky. Ta! So these are all the ones we finished. Do you guys remember this one? Bee Simulator? This was a very cute game. I finished the story. There was just some achievements left that I didn't get. Still haven't finished Altair 4. I haven't gone back to it, yeah. But they updated it. We just finished this one. This was a very quick game. This was a very quick, but this was just like a story, but it was fucking trippy as hell. Dagon. I don't know how you pronounce it. Wait, why is it so quiet? Let me just put some music on. What is this? Whoa! Why are you so loud? Relax. Take it easy. It Takes Two. We finished it. There's probably... yeah, there's quite a few achievements left to get, but it's fine. Little Nightmares 1 and 2. Days Gone. No? This we technically finished, but I think it was still in early access. So maybe when they do like the full release, there'll be more to the story. We need to finish Overcooked. Yeah, but that's not like a story as such. I finished the story for Slime Rancher, but I think there's still a lot of stuff for me to do. Well, not too much, but I have some achievements I haven't done. We finished Stray. This game was cute as hell. I don't know if I would play it again. This was very cute. Webbed. And then Zenko. This was a fast game. It was just over an hour. And honestly, I don't remember too much about it. But it was... Was this the Spirit Fox thing? Where is Bee Simulator? We already looked at Bee Simulator. It's done. You don't like zombie survival games? Oh, no, not really. I don't really play those kinds of games. Some other games I still want to play on stream. I have a fucking monster of a list. Or things I've started on stream but maybe haven't finished. I have Bastion, which I have played before and I've finished it. In 2015. 7 years ago. It has an interesting story and it's super long. Oh goddamn. And then there's this game, Dust, which I played years ago, 2016. But I don't remember anything about it, really. I didn't get very far with it. I thought maybe I could play it on stream. You need to pick up that game again? What, Bastion or...? And then I have some other things that I wanted to play. Ibn Ob. This, I think, might have been on the list for the anniversary stream, but honestly, I can play it whenever. Oh, Dust! Man, it's such an obscure game. Okay, I have friends who have played it, but, like, it's such an obscure game. I don't even know why I got it, because I was just like, oh, there's a cute little... this thing. I thought it would be cute. But yeah. You got the platinum trophy? Damn. Kiwi, we still kind of have to finish this. I think... Was there like challenge modes or something? Oh, this was only if I hate myself enough. Because I think it's similar to... that other game. What is it called? Altair 4. You have too many games that are not played or finished? Yeah, same. I bought this game a while ago because I really liked the anime for it, and I was like, oh, maybe I can play this on stream. I've never played an anime game before. Anime. It was cheap and on sale. Yeah, very likely. But yeah, this is a game that I bought. We're gonna ignore the fact that marbles on stream is in here. This is just my stream category. My Time at Portia, which I've played a fair amount of. But I played it when it was still like... I don't know if they've done a full release yet. Or if it's still like in early access or whatever. I don't know. But I have played this a fair amount. I thought if I want to play something chill like Stardew, then I could play that. But there was another game that I was playing. Need to complete. No Place Like Home. That's the game I was playing. I haven't played this. Damn. Since November 2021. So just over a year ago. I played a lot of this in a short space of time and then just didn't go back to it. So I don't really know what's changed. But this is in my need to finish thing. Oh, I Am Fish. I got pretty far with I Am Fish. I don't think I have too much left of that. Maybe I'll open that up now. I have Cozy Grove in this folder, but honestly, I'm not that interested in playing it again. Yeah, I think everyone's got lots of games that they haven't played. Cat Goes Fishing. I don't know. It's a cute game, but like, it feels like something I'd play when doing something else. Like, maybe not for stream. I don't know. Capybara. This game is cute as hell, but apparently I uninstalled it. But this is also one of those like idle games. I don't know. It's something you do while you're like watching something. And then Alt F4. I've uninstalled it because I haven't played it since September 2021. I'll play it again someday. It just, like, it didn't make me angry. This game didn't make me annoyed. I don't think I get annoyed with games. So, like, I don't think it did what it was supposed to do. That's why I haven't played it again, Crazy Meg. It was just a little bit boring for me. Because I just do the same thing over and over. Hi, Cephals! Cephals, are you still streaming? Because I was doing Loki's earlier. Oh wait, I can actually open my browser now and look. Oh, you're nuts! But Spawn is streaming now. 10 out of 10. Thank you for the biddy, by the way. Fantastic. She did say she might do an evening stream. Of course, Cephals. I think it was the first time I actually saw you live and I was like, oh! Immediate look. I try to look when I can. Not always possible. Because you know load shedding, but yeah. Welcome back, Hooded. You gotta go to bed soon? Ah, man. Time to start Souls games? I don't know. They don't really interest me. Maybe that's mean to say, but they don't really interest me. Some other games that I have. Spiritfarer. This seems like a sad game though. Basically, whoa, my headset just beeped. Basically what I know about this game is that it's like basically guiding spirits to the afterlife or something, or allowing the spirits to like die peacefully. I'm just like, listen, I don't have it in me to play such a sad game at the moment. I don't have the spoons for this. I don't think I could handle the sadness from this. So, did you finish Slime Rancher, the first one? Yes, I did finish the first one. I haven't finished the second one though, because it's still like kind of like early release. But I also, the lack of some things made it a little bit difficult to play. So, oh, wait, let me just also just change category. Because we did finish. Yeah, so, like, for example, didn't have the little, like, robots to automate things. Which is something I got really comfortable with having in the first game. Just being able to automate everything and not having to, like, manually run the farm, if that makes sense. Which, you know, it's a me problem. I'm lazy. I don't want to do the things. Which is also fine. But I think they'll add it in a later release, because they said somewhere, or I read on Reddit somewhere, that the base game didn't have those things at release either, so they'll probably add it in at some point. We can only hope, I guess. So, yeah, gotta wait for that, I guess. But yeah, I did finish. I finished the story, basically. I have previously finished Stardew Valley. I have almost 300 hours in the game. So I don't currently have it installed. Oh, Ni no Kuni! I can definitely continue with this. I don't feel like it tonight, though. Just because I'm a bit sleepy. Nobody... Ah! Jargon, you bought this for me, right? What is this about? I've forgotten. Is this a single player game? An age ago. You forgot to do your Japanese? Oh shit, you better hurry, or is it too late? Can you start it now? Oh, you can play with people? Oh my god. This is not a single player game. You know a game? Yeah. It's too late? Is there not like a thing to like redeem your streak? Use the streak. Ah. Ah, that's fine. It happens sometimes. Oh, I haven't played Genshin today. Maybe I do that quick. Just to get it done, because otherwise I know I'm gonna forget. Persona? I don't have Persona, Yoda. What else is there? Oh, I wanted to play this as well, Shift Happens. You know what I really want to play? This fucking game. But I need someone to play it with. Genshin Impacto. I don't have Horizon Zero Dawn. Other games I need to finish. I need to play Degrees of Separation, but I need Puggy to play that with. There's also Ibn Ab. Shift Happens. This looked interesting. So this is a free game. I don't really know. It seemed a little bit odd, but it seemed like it could be fun. And then also Unravel. I haven't played the first one. I need to play the first one and the second one. What else do I have? Oh, Coral Island. I haven't played this since November last year. Hopefully they've done like some updates. I mean, they've definitely done updates, right? But yeah, I haven't played it since then. Oh, The Wandering Village as well. Because I think they've also been doing some work on it. Unravel is good. It looks... I watched someone play it. Degrees of Separation. Yeah, it's quite interesting. I was quite enjoying it. This one. We need to play this. So... when I stream over the weekend, I'll be playing... Oh, I still need to buy it. But I'll get Layers of Fear. And then we'll also be playing this. I think I need to drink for this one. I don't know if I can handle this one sober. And then... Oh yeah, did I play any of this on stream? Because this game was hella weird. I haven't played it since January. Unravel is cool. I'm pretty sure I have... Oh, fuck, I can't spell. I have Unravel. Is this a single player one? You wouldn't happen to be in competitive card games? No! I'm not really into card games. My brain's too small. Oh, this is single player? Pew, 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 pew. Unravel 2 is co-op. Ah! So I'll just need a... I'll need a partner for Unravel 2 then. This game is so cute. This looks fun. I was gonna suggest lore. What's a lore? A Riot game? I used to play League like a billion years ago. I wasn't very good at it though. I'm not very good at MOBAs. The only MOBAs that I enjoyed or like felt somewhat competent at was what was that Blizzard one? Blizzard's a shit company though, so they can kiss my ass. Yeah, Heroes of the Storm. Thank you, Dan. I fucking love that game. Holy shit. I played Lily, the little panda girl, because I fucking loved the healer. I love playing healer. Some of the healers were a little bit challenging, but Lily was super easy. And you could raffle stomp those motherfuckers with Lily. So not only would she heal, but she do sick damage as well. I loved her. Hearthstone? No, not card game. MOBA. I played a bit of Hearthstone, but I don't really enjoy card games. I've played a lot of card games. I've played Pokemon. I've played Yu-Gi-Oh! I've played Hearthstone. I played... What was that one in Final Fantasy? Triple Triad, I think it's called. Yoda! No! Yoda! The freaking audacity! No! Yoda! Don't spend your money! You people! I can't believe you've done this, Yoda. Take it back. Undo it. Take it back, Yoda. Buy yourself something tasty. Why you do this, friend? If I decline it, does it give him his money back? I can't believe you did this, Yoda. No! Bleh! The sheer audacity. On a Friday, Yoda. I don't have words. Okay, the only words I have for you, Yoda, is thank you. So do I play it now? Okay, I'm gonna preface this with I don't know anything about this game. Do I have space? I have space, okay. Thank you. Accept your EP enlargement. Pardon? Dan? The what? Thank you for making my EP bigger, Yoda. Question mark. I don't know what Dan was saying. Okay, we'll wait for that to download then, I guess. But this game also looks really fucking cute. Does anyone know what Dan meant? Because I feel like I misread that and now I'm confused. My PP big? Question mark? Oh, this also gives me time actually to go accept Dan's guild join request. You have no idea? What the Oh my god. Okay, hold on. I always forget how to fucking add people to the guild. No, that's friends. Accept. Chaotic. There we go. Boop. Okay, Dan, the only requirement is that you hit the boss. I don't care if you do 1 damage, as long as you don't do 0 damage. Big library, big EPP. Oh. Short for penis. I know penis short for penis. But thank you for man-explaining peen to me, Hooded. her son? Sorry, I can't read. I'm laughing too hard. I'm short of oxygen. I can't breathe.
Imagine for a moment. Close your eyes and think about it.
The audacity. How does one hit the boss? Pardon? What boss? Oh, the boss? Think again. Fuck. I think because we're the same color. Can't tell us apart. Oh my god. Are you guys the same color? Her son's name is purple though. What do you mean? You're blue. Just dropping off a quick lurk. No worries, Smurf. Did you end your stream? Oh, you did. You're looking another peepo. Okay, I'm gonna lurk a different peepo though. I'm just gonna switcheroo my lurkies to someone else. But enjoy dinner. Okay, we are on a different lurkies now. Ah, I can't breathe. Okay. You said I had to hit the boss. Yes. Okay. So Dan, if you're on your like kingdom screen at the bottom, there's a little button that says guild. If you click on guild, then on the bottom left there'll be a thing called guild battle. It's got like a little dragon face. There you'll find 3 different bosses. What I would recommend, if you click on one of the bosses, say for example the first one is the red velvet dragon. In the bottom left corner, there's a thing that says battle log, and you can go and look at other people's builds. Just make sure you click on, there's full log, and then you click on the boss that you want to look at. So like, for example, red velvet, and then you look at guild log, and you can see what your guild members have used. Good people to follow builds for would be Mithin. Mithin does big damage. Mithin is big damage. Jargon is even bigger damage, so if you want to copy pasta his build. Oh, you've changed your build, Jargon. Maybe I should copy it and try and see if my stuff does anything there. You gone Loki's? No worries, Hassan. Oh, you have the same colors? You meant the name color? Jargon, what did you say? Did I? Oh my god, what did you mean? I thought you meant name colors. Yeah, you guys, her son is purple, but your name is like a bluish purple. Is there a copy button? There isn't. You just have to memorize. I know you're old, Dan, but you're not old enough to not be able to remember 5 characters, yeah? I would say do your best. Honestly, if you don't have all those characters, fuck it. Just put your strongest characters and hit the boss. Doesn't matter. Anyway. Old man Dan? Yeah. He's not allowed to use the old excuse. You're not old enough yet. Yeah, so that would be my recommendation. Just copy other people's builds. I only fight 2 of the bosses. I fight Avatar and Living Abyss at the moment. Those are bosses I'm not too bad at hitting. Zhongli cosplay? Dan, you gonna cosplay? You cosplay Old Man? Jargon could also cosplay Old Man. You? Sure? When facecam stream done? It's not like we don't know what your face looks like. No excuses. You have a phone. A phone is a camera. Excuse where? You don't have one. Dan dan dan! I'm the one that her son talked to in the parking lot that said layers of fear. Wait, was he in the parking lot? Is he just asking random people in the parking lot? My daily outfit is now a cosplay. I cosplay an old man every day. No. Old man. Old man is Zhongli. You have to cosplay Zhongli. If you are older man, now you are Zhongli. He said you can't have your toy? Oh man, I'm sorry. Did he take it from you? Did he take your toy away? Anyway, I think Persona has finished downloading. Oh, I was saying this earlier. I've never played a Persona game in my life. I don't know fuck all about this game. So, yeah. Speaking skill issue. History. Man, his son was writing all sorts of cracked up shit earlier. Alright, let's, we can turn this off and then we can put the game on. Okay, I don't know where I need to put my shirts for... Chotto mate! Oh, Jesus! Christ alive! Relax! Sorry, I just wanna... Is he gonna work? Did I break it? Why are you not... Oh, there we go. Daddy! That's me! Are those dead bodies that I'm dancing to? Is the white-haired boy the main character? Hold the poop! Pardon? Pardon? This game gets dark as fuck sometimes. Listen, after watching Yoda play... He was playing something? Persona? And the story for that was fucked up. I don't remember which one it was, but, you know. No, not again. Release me. Let's go. I need to turn down the sound, because good lord, I had to, like, bump it down a lot for you guys. I think I leave it around there. I think that's okay. You guys will have to let me know. They put the glasses. Yoda freaked out when he saw them and was like, hold on. Hold the poop. Take the bag with the poop and hold it. Wait, what? Were you dealing with a crisis? When you saw the glasses? Was there another unrelated story going on there? I'm so confused. Why was there a poop bag, Yoda? I think the sound should be fine though. Can we have... Oh! Is it better to play it in English though? Oh, I can play with controller. He had pepper on the brain. Oh, poopy pepper. Pepper poopies. Her son is playing Phasmophobia. So, what do you recommend, Yoda? Do I play it in English? Get fucked! Let me see if I can change it. That's so funny. Persona 4, please. Is this? Oh my god, why is there so many? What the f— Oh, okay, you already did it. Never mind, I don't need to. We're good. Oh. I don't know anything about Persona. I know nothing. Oh. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Yoda uses that feature to cheat in class. Difficulty does not affect the story. Okay. Battles are easier. Do I just play normal? Please experience the tension. Why does it say that? Hopefully it's not too hard. Oh, you can change it? Fantastic. Whoa! Whoa! Well, I saw that too late, Yoda. Guess I'll just go fuck myself then. Rest in pepperonis. It's fine, I'll change it if I struggle. If I small brain, I will change it. Hello, is this the penguin? What game are we playing? Is this Batman? Did I open the wrong game?
Welcome to the Velvet Room.
Ew. Batman? Yes, Batman.
It seems we have a guest with an intriguing destiny.
Ew, this guy is creepy. No, this is bizarre looking man, Yoda. Look. It's a bizarre looking man. Penguin ass looking ass motherfucker.
My name is Igor.
Oh.
I am delighted to make your acquaintance. This place exists between dream
Also,
and
do you see how
reality,
he's creepily touching chat?
and matter.
Sorry, guys.
It is a room that only those who are bound
I
by
feel
a
sorry for the
contract
girlie sitting next
may
to him.
enter. It may be that such a fate awaits you in the near future. Now then, why don't you introduce yourself?
Not to you! Ew! Blech. potato desu. Oh, I almost wrote Tata. No! Finally, at least someone will hold me. Oh no. Do I have to... I don't know what that button is. Is it this one? Oh, enter your last name. Wait, what? Why do I need a last name? Do I have a first name as well? Tata it is. Okay, I'm gonna be Tato Tata. Oh no! Why does that sound like... Oh fuck. That sounds like an upset stomach. Okay. This music is very dramatic for no reason at all. We're gonna be Tata. Why can't... They're gonna call you Tata-kun? Oh no. Do I have to be a boy? But why can't I... Why can't I say... Is it too short? What? It actually needs to be long? Because the continue button won't let me go. I'm confused. Yoda? It just says enter your last name though, not first and last. Oh, last name and then... What the fuck? Do I really have to... Why do they make this so complicated? Pote. To. What the fuck, man? No, I don't want to proceed. Why'd I have to make it so fucking long? No? Go back? What? Oh. Why? So confused. So wait, are they gonna call me potato? They call me Potato-kun? Whoa! I hate it here. I hate it so much. So if I write Tato at the top line, they go call me Tato-kun. Yeah? Potato-sama. For the lulz.
I see. Now, let's take a look into your future, shall we? Do you believe in fortune telling?
No.
Each
doesn't give a
reading
fuck.
is done with the same cards, yet the result is always different. Life itself follows the same principles, doesn't it?
That son.
The tower in the upright position represents the immediate future. It seems a terrible catastrophe is imminent. The card indicating the future beyond that is... the moon in the upright position. This card represents hesitation and mystery. Very interesting indeed.
Nay, this guy's eyes are creepy.
It seems you will encounter a misfortune at your destination, and a great mystery will be imposed upon you. In the coming days, you will enter into a contract of some sort, after which you will return here.
No!
The coming year is a turning point in your destiny. If the mystery goes unsolved, your future may be forever lost.
I wonder if his peen is longer than his nose. Why you got peen on the brain, Hooded? Why you just talking about peen the whole time? It's kind of weird of you, man. Just saying.
My duty is to provide assistance to our guests to ensure that does not happen.
Unless that's normal for you.
I have neglected to
Which is
introduce my
telling.
assistant to you.
It's a valid question. Are you not curious about the length of his toes?
This is Margaret.
I'm sorry, Margaret.
She is a resident of this place, like myself.
My name is Margaret. I
She's
am here
cute.
to accompany you through your journey.
I like her space bitch outfit. Very cool.
We shall attend to the details another time. Until then, farewell.
Gross. That was right next to my face. Whoa! Anime intro.
Tired of diets. Enough with going to the gym. Good thing there's something even I can handle.
Booba stat.
Slim down this summer with the refreshing taste of calorie magic.
Calorie magic.
And we're back. Now on to
Oh, I'm on the news.
the Mayumi Yamano scandal. I'm sure everyone is
At first he bags a singer, then he has an affair with a TV announcer on the side. Do chicks really dig politicians?
Isn't it just stuff like money?
Aren't these
and
like school children though,
down to it,
Jargon?
financial and political clout is what matters.
Hey, what is that supposed to mean?
Well, what do you think?
Or they just dressed like school children, but they're like detectives or something? I'm very confused. I have no idea what's going on. This is the main boy.
Well, I'm sure that you all know already, but at the end of this month, you will be transferring to another school.
They're school children? Yeah, let's not be sus.
Quiet down, guys. I'm not done yet.
There's a lot of creepy adults in these games. Yeah, the one that Yoda was playing, he was telling me this is the principal or something was a fucking mega creepo.
We will arrive at the Yasogami terminal in a few minutes. Passengers headed for Inaba City and
I have no idea what's going on, Nat 24/7. Yeah, pretty much. Hate empty. This feels like I'm watching anime, guys. This feels wrong. Misuzu Hiragi. Harunamatame.
Just last year is now under suspicion of having an affair. What's more, his rumored mistress is the well-known TV announcer.
Should we go soon?
Yeah, it's just about.
Whoa. Ooh. The one you saw was Persona 5? Ah. Hi, Nympho! How are you? Patata? Me? Yes. Hakuna Patatas. Watching anime during stream time.
Hey, over here.
Oh?
Well, you're more handsome in person than in your photo.
Where? Yuck.
Welcome to
Middle-aged man, that's
I'm
his name.
Ryotaro Dojima. I'll be looking after you.
Middle-aged man is calling a child handsome? Gross.
Let's see, I'm your mother's younger brother, and that about sums it up.
Yuck. Your mother's younger brother? Your uncle is calling you handsome? I guess it's kind of okay then. Does Tian have daddy issues? Hisashiburi!
I'll say, you've really grown. I still remember when you were in diapers.
That is my disgusted face. If you see my face make that expression at any point in time, that's like disgust. Because when I make my disgusted face, that's how the facial recognition makes it show. That's my disgust face. Pretty much. That's exactly the face I'm making. Ugh.
This here's my daughter.
Why are you offering her up like a sacrifice? Am I supposed to eat the child?
Come on, Nanako.
That guy's
Introduce
dodgy
yourself to
as
your
fuck.
cousin.
He is dodgy. That's not how you introduce yourself. Oh no. Who summoned Tian? Also that
What are you so shy for?
that bird sound in the background. All of the games have them. That's that specific bird sound. Hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies. Hey, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies. Kraken is here. Kai, of course, is here. Welcome. And welcome, raiders. For those of you who are new here, my name is Nat Ortato, variety streamer from South Africa. I'm playing Persona 4. I've never played a Persona game in my life.
Your boy
Uh-oh.
_T on screen, bro, know him like totally down bad for this daddy
Yeah.
ass motherfucker. I will do anything for him. He has my whole life for real, for real.
Someone please put a leash on Tian. Anyway, Kai, how was your stream? I was lurking, so I now have a tab open to myself. What the? Why do I have two open to myself? Oh, cause Kitty raided you and then you raided me. Oh my god. No, I had two open. Gross. Okay, let me just shuffle again. Yuck. Anyway. Yeah, we need to put a leash on Tian because yeah, that boy needs help. Anyway, variety streamer from South Africa. I play a lot of Genshin Impact, but I'm currently playing Persona 4. I just started. I have no idea what's going on most of the time, but especially no idea what's going on in this game. No wins, but you had fun. That's good. It's like that sometimes. Ray comes to me like in the end of the evening sometimes. And he's like, because he plays Dota sometimes, and he's like, yeah, we didn't win. And I'm like, oh man, feels bad. Wait, can you guys hear the birds? I don't think you can. It's very soft. How about now? It's very soft still. But that bird sound, that's like every game ever has got that bird sound in it, and I can't stand it. Anyway, what's poppin'? Don't mind me, just watching. Thank you. Yes, but for all the raiders, sorry, I'm so my brain is not work. I also cosplay. So if you want to check out any of my cosplays, there's my socials. I have Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. Yeah. Some Hogwarts leggings. Enjoy. Yeah, anyway, you're going to therapy soon? You need it. You need it, Tian. Did I miss anything before? Did I miss... Dodgy man? He is dodgy man. I see Dan came through on the raid as well. Welcome, Dan. Max. Oh, my. Tian's just having a moment there in the chat. I'm just gonna scroll. First time chatter, welcome. Welcome, Dan. I mean, welcome fucking Chaos. I don't know who you are.
Ow! It's Dan.
Dan.
Well then, let's get going. My car's over there.
Okay, because Oji-san, he's allowed to call us handsome. It's not weird. Hey! Look at this scruffy girl. Why she got a lock on her neck?
No, it's yours. I saw you drop it.
The fuck? What's Dan? Good question. What is Dan? Oh, I did drop it.
Whatever. All I did was pick it up.
What's wrong?
Should I need to move stuff around again. Okay. Chotto mate. I just want to scoochy some things around. Just to move. Put it back. Put that thing back where it came from. Also help me. Why he not move? There we go. Okay, we bump the chat. Oops. Just so, because I seem to be covering most of the fucking options here, so I just want to scooch my ass over a little bit. Can we just move this one this way? Like so? I think this is okay. Your choices do make a difference in this game, unlike Genshin. What? If you speak Chinese, Dan means egg. Dan, you are egg. Wednesday? Oh no. Wednesday? Dan is Wednesday now. Egg. Wait until you get screwed over at the end of the game based on how many times you said Paimon was emergency food. Oh shit. Max is just really excited for eggs. Yeah, he's very hungry. He's been chanting for eggs all day.
Hi, welcome to Mole.
Can you go to the bathroom by yourself?
What the fuck? Oh, he was talking to the little girl. Oh my god. I thought he was talking to me. I'm a teenage boy, please. He walks out holding his jacket like that. Interesting.
It's in the back, to your left. You know which way's left? The side you don't hold your chopsticks in.
Also, what the heck is that? What did you write, Hooded? He's a Chad.
I know. Gee,
Yeah, geez, Nanako. These people are weird. I'd also run, little girl.
Are you taking a trip?
Egg? Egg stream?
No, we just went to pick him up. He just moved here from the big city.
A city, huh?
Who has these conversations with attendants?
Fill up my car while you're at it. Regular's fine.
That's rude. Not a please.
Right away, sir.
Okay.
Good time as any for a smoke.
At the gas station? I think not. Call me crazy. Yeah, it's a little bit extreme.
Are you in high school?
Fill up the car, what the fuck?
Does it surprise a city boy to see how little there is out here?
Imagine for a second your parents were a minotaur and a mermaid. Would you rather have the human side of both or the animal side of both? I've seen people ask that on Twitter before.
There's so little to do, I'm sure you'll get bored fast. You'll either be hanging out with your friends or doing part-time jobs.
What is that? I'm nosy, I need to know. Whoop. Wait.
Go to the bathroom by yourself.
What the fuck? Oh, he was talking to the little girl. I thought he was talking to me. I'm like, I'm a teenage boy, please.
Can you go to the bathroom by yourself?
So basically everyone has that reaction to him asking that question. Oh my god. Oh! No. Don't look at my lookies. Don't look at who I'm looking. It's none of your business.
Speaking of which, we're actually looking for part-time help right now. Give it some thought, why don't you? We don't mind if you're a student.
Yoda, you need to go find all the people who have played this game and see if they have a clip of being disgusted by the dad asking that question. Looking at Pew Pew stream, it's one of my homies. I always gotta raid. I always gotta look at the homies. What was he even playing? This is why Twitter keeps recommending Pew Pew games to me. They're like, hey, you might enjoy this. I'm like, no, I won't. But they keep recommending Pew Pews and scary games because that's what I look. So I currently have...
It's Nanya.
Nanya business.
Maxio one smug.
Maxio one smug. I'm lurking someone playing Sons of the Forest, Hunt Showdown, and Diablo 3, which is a game I do enjoy, you know. But yeah, the other games I would not play. So, you know. That's gonna be a good knock-knock joke. I love saying Nanya to people. They're like, what's that? I'm like, Nanya. And they're like, what's that? I'm Nanya business. I love saying that.
Oh, I should get back to work.
Yes, you should. Why are you chatting up, kids? Get out of here. What do you want, girly? Oh, okay.
Are you okay?
She's just giving me a concussion just by looking at me. Cool.
Did you get car sick? You don't look too good.
Kids don't have no chill. Could it be exhaustion from a long trip? Now that she mentions it, you feel a little dizzy.
What's wrong? You okay?
I should get back to work. Gave a heart attack to half the people looking. I just felt lightheaded.
That's understandable. It must have been a long trip for you. Why not take a little walk? Get some fresh air. Just let me know when you're ready to go.
Also, Dragon told me something, was it yesterday? He was like, because because he puts my VODs on 2x speed. Apparently I sound like a chipmunk. So if you guys want to hear me sounding like a chipmunk, go watch my VODs on YouTube. It's in my socials link. And put the video on 2x speed. It's apparently funny. But just go subscribe anyway, please and thank you. If you ever need a hit of Tato and I'm not live, go watch the VODs. The laughing is 10 out of 10. Oh my god, no. That sounds like a bad time to me. A hit of Tato, yeah. For the addicts. The people who are always here. It should be in that link. The music, I'm not gonna lie, the music of this game is jammy. Calling us out? No! I'm just making a recommendation you might like. Blue butterfly? Okay. Oh, I can move now? Oh shit. Tick! Damn, the next bus isn't going to come for a while. And if you miss one bus, you're pretty screwed. If only I had a motorbike, I could go anywhere I wanted, anytime I wanted. I wonder how much they cost. Maybe I'll be able to buy myself one. Okay. It's the bus stop. You have no reason to use the bus right now. Okay. Dojima is waiting for you. You shouldn't wonder. Okay, fine. Fuck. Hey, it's that girl. Chick. Wow. All the menus and stuff look so exciting. Soda. Nor. Look at that fucking top of a man with a cigarette embedded in his lips. Oh man. There is a poster. The following books are being released on 420. The Lovely Man. The Famous Man series. Expert study methods. Beginner fishing. Okay. A fierce looking man is single-mindedly pounding on something in the back of the store. You decide not to enter? Fair enough, I wouldn't enter either. Okay, well fuck you too then, I guess. 420, no books are being read. Yep. I like how Dan just pops on the ground every few minutes, says one word and disappears. I feel like Dan's probably playing a game. So, yeah, that checks out. You have something to do in the shopping district. It's a bit run down, but we have everything here. The music's not too loud, right? Used to be a lot more prosperous back in the day, but we only see regulars nowadays. Books are important later. What the fuck is that emote? Is that Nodders, but of Kaiser? Oh no. I can't unsee it now. If only Junes hadn't come into town. It's convenient, but it's a little sad. No! I hate it here! Yoda, stop! Were you here when we had the discussion about Nodders yesterday? Look at it, guys! I hate it here. Stop. No! No!
Nodders egg egg egg.
Egg, egg, egg. Also, Kaizo did what, Yoda? He did it in his stream? He was doing nodders in his stream? I'm pretty sure you can get banned on Twitch for that. Tofu! Shoot, birdies! Can you review Yoda's comment for pluggies? Is that a pluggy, Yoda? So I can only look into the shop, I can't actually go in. One day I came into a stream and everyone was like... It does look like that though! It's not just me! I like this shop, it's very nice. It's convenient. It's inconvenient, convenient at the same time. There's a delicate balance. This is what I expect country life to be like. How important is it to speak to everyone? Also, what did he want me to do? Because I was not paying attention. It might just be you. Shut up! What? It's not just me. Also, guys, I'm feeling snacky. For the next year, this place will be your home. Okay. Do I get to ride the little roop poop out the front? Whoa! Biru!
Alright, let's have a toast.
I don't want toast. Actually, no, toast would slap right now. Peanut butter toast? Ooh. Why is the little child the one who gets the glass, but we're drinking out of bottles and cans?
Mom and Dad are busy as always. They're working overseas, was it? I know it's only for a year, but getting stuck
I'm
in
actually
a
glad
place
I
like
picked
this
English.
because of
I'm
your parents,
lazy.
It's rough being a kid.
Toasted cheese? No, I don't have the energy to make a toasted cheese right now. Dojima needs a husband. I can fill that vacancy. Yeah.
Well, it's just me and Nanako here, so it'll be nice having someone like you around.
What do you mean, someone like me? Bruh. What does that mean?
So long as you're here, you're part of the family. So make yourself at home.
Nanako would be your daughter. Who let Tian off the leash? Yeah. What is that emote? Ugh. Fuck. Jesus Lord. That is terrifying. Thank you for your kindness.
Come on, there's no need to be so formal.
Shut up.
Look, you're making Nanako all tense.
No, it's probably you being a weirdo and saying weird things. Nanako, it's fine.
Well, anyway, let's eat.
This man's got some angry ass eyebrows.
Oh, who's calling at this hour? Dojima speaking.
Dojima speaking.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah? I see. So where is it? Uh-huh. Alright, I'm on my way.
His ass flat like pancake. This man's got the longest back I've ever seen. What do you see in him, Tian?
Looks like I made the right choice to skip the booze. Sorry, but I gotta go take care of some business. Go ahead and eat without me. I don't know how late I'll be. Nanako, you help him out, okay?
You can just print him out. Because his ass is flat, so...
Okay.
Man's built like a triangle.
Nanako, it's raining out. What did you do with the laundry?
I already brought it in.
All right. Well, I'm off.
Why is it the small child's responsibility to do the laundry? Broom! Bra, 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 bra. Is that the sound they cast make?
For this week. Next, let's take a look at the hourly breakdown of tomorrow's weather. With storm clouds moving in from the west, expect rain throughout the day tomorrow in most areas.
Let's eat.
Came here and just heard, shut up. This game takes place in 2011. God damn, that's so long ago. How are you doing, Pomatia? Okay, someone time out Tian. Please.
He investigates stuff, like crime scenes. My dad's a detective.
And now for the local news.
Thank you.
City Council Secretary Taro Namatame is under fire for an alleged relationship with a female reporter.
You can just leave him. You can just leave him in jail.
His wife,
I've had enough.
ballad sensation Misuzu Hiragi, revealed to this station that she will likely pursue damages. In response, iTelevision has decided to cancel all of announcer Mayumi Yamano's televised appearances. Until allegations of an affair with Mr. Namatame are resolved, she'll remain off the air and out of the public eye.
This is boring.
If only Jargon would bop me that hard, IRL. You gotta move back to America.
Come see for yourself and get in touch with our products.
What?
Every day's great at your Tunis. Every day's great at your Tunis.
Okay.
Aren't you going to eat?
The calendar. This one? No? The fuck? Like so? Save. Oh, it was TwitchCon. TwitchCon Amsterdam. Hamsterdams. Oh, wait, hold on. I already saved it, right? Yes, I did. Okay. Because it isn't used very often, the kitchen is organized. This is organized. If there were ingredients in the refrigerator, you might be able to make lunch. Okay. You opened the fridge. There is some fried rice. Eat it? I don't think I've just eaten. I don't think I need to eat the rice as well. Hamster? Hamsterdan? Yeah, Dan's a hamster now. Oh. I mean, I guess it's also raining. You should leave her alone. Fuck. A quiz show. Okay, enjoy that, girly. I go sleepies. Bye. This is the room you're borrowing. There's just shit everywhere. Oh, I have a desk to study at. You should rest. Yeah, but I'm nosy. I want to look at shit. I have a TV. Why let me check if I am tired? God damn it. You outies, hooded. Have a good evening. Sweet dreams and all. You'll be living in this town for 1 year starting today. You wonder if everything will be alright. School starts tomorrow. You should hurry to bed. Man, I'm fucking hungry. I don't want to go to bed. Whoa. Yes, a hamster. Hamster Dan. Am I tripping? This is... The area is covered in a thick fog. All you can do right now is proceed forward. So it's because I said Amsterdam and then I was like Hamsterdams, but he must have heard it as Hamsterdam. Do you seek the truth? No. You heard someone's voice. Hamster egg? Yeah, hamsters lay eggs. If you didn't know. If it's truth you desire, come and find me. You hear you hear the voice from up ahead. Hamster egg, hamster egg, hamster egg. Will you continue? Obviously. What a dumb question. Ooh. There is no snacks here. Why have I got a sword? Try all you like. Wow, what is going on? What is this? There's fighting in this game? What? This seems like a bad idea, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Oh! Seems that you can still see a little despite the fog. Ooh. I don't know what this is, but it's got a fancy name and it uses a lot of whatever that is. Oh wait, oh, that's a heal. No, thank you. Oh, I see. Cleave. And Zeal. Oh! Whoa. Whoa! X to show info? No thank you, I prefer being dumb. Uh-oh. Oh, it's a buff? It looks like a heal. Is he still there? Will we meet another place? Will we meet I can't remember what it said. At a place other than here? I look forward to it. You are losing conscience. Jeez, was I not already asleep? I have a persona.
Breakfast ready.
Asagohan! You feel like you had a nightmare? What could it have been about? You're starting school today. You should head to the living room for now. Am I just wearing the same outfits? Fantastic. Oh, toast! It's a sign, guys. I need to go get toast. Should we take a short break? Do you guys have something to eat, to drink, do you need to stretch your legs? Maybe we take a short break? When was the last ad? Recently? Oh, not too recently. I could just pop an ad quick. Apologies. But yeah, I'm snacky. I want to go grab something to eat. So I'm gonna throw you guys on the BRB screen. An ad is gonna play for those who don't have sub. Apologies for those who do have sub. I hope you don't have to see the ad. But if you do see the ad, that's a chance for you to go stretch your legs, to check your messages, to go eat something, get something to drink, whatever the case may be. Go do your things. I'll be back in a bit. Huggy wuggy! Fuck, man! Why did I see him again? Can't go. Stairway to hell. What am I supposed to do? High five him in the face? And I don't play scary games at all. I am a chicken bitch of note, let me tell you. I get a fright from my own notifications if I don't see them coming, so... You guys! Okay.
Gmax underscore Yoda screamed, my sprinkler goes like this. And comes back like this.
Okay, I wasn't expecting the second part, so that that one got me. Very nice. I like. Oh, shotgun! You can just run up to them and shoot them in the face. Where is this guy? It's not poopy underpants, it's poopy overpants! I am the poopy! I didn't realize how badly I needed snacky until I got up and I was very dizzy. Did you guys enjoy the dumb clips? Also, does the game sound loud enough? Can you guys like hear everything? Or do I need to bump up the sound? I'm pretty funny. Thanks. Crazy Mug's pretty funny too, guys. He also streams, by the way. He plays a lot of, what is it called? GeoGuessr? It's very amusing. And it's also very interesting watching people guess, like, places. I think, Crazy Mug, didn't you mistake Mexico for South Africa and South Africa for Mexico? I think that was you. Same but different, you know? South Africa is the worst. Don't I fucking know it, mate. I live here. Semi-common mistake. That's very interesting. Oh, was it Peru? Where's my controller? Ah. I didn't get toast. I decided against it.
Okay.
What do you mean, okay? Is that how you greet someone in the morning, kid? Geography skill -1. Yours or mine? Because yes.
Let's eat.
Did you do the cooking?
I can toast bread and cook sunny side up eggs in the morning.
What?
Dad can't cook, so I buy dinner.
Yoda. That's just how we're gonna greet each other now. Just be like, okay. Wave.
You're starting school today, right? My school's on the way, so let's go together.
Yes. Same Gawa? I know Gawa is river. Same is shark. Shark river? What?
You keep going straight from here. My school's this way. Bye.
Look at this fucking idiot. That's painful. You shouldn't even be. Yep. Fuck you and your pain. Ear wiggles are the best. Thank you. They are very cute. I find it so unbelievable that kids are excited to be at school.
It turns out studying iron.
Talk about bad luck. The homeroom teacher here is Morooka, isn't it?
Yeah, it's King Moron, all right. You get to enjoy his long-ass sermons every day for a whole year.
Hey, you guys, I heard there's going to be a transfer student from the city in this class.
Huh? Really? A guy or a girl?
A transfer
Spot the
student
main
from the
characters.
city. Just like you, huh, Yosuke?
Sweater edition.
Huh? You look dead today.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it.
What's with him? Who knows?
All right, shut your traps.
Look at his face. Wow. If you guys look at the at the front of the classroom, not like the one at the front here, like the body standing in front of the blackboard, it looks like he's holding a piece of chalk in his mouth. Them's his teeth, not chalk. Oh my god.
I'm Kinshiro Muraoka, your homeroom teacher from today forward. First things first, just because it's spring doesn't mean you can swoon over each other like love-struck baboons.
Baboons? So, what do you know about baboons? You live in Japan. Do they got baboons in Japan? I know they got monkey.
Long as I'm around, You students are gonna be pure as the driven snow.
There's a bit of face on that face, yeah.
Now, I hate wasting my time, but I'd better introduce
Here you
this
are wasting
transfer
ours.
student. This
Goddamn.
sad sack's been thrown from the big city out to the middle of nowhere
What
like
the
yesterday's
fuck?
garbage.
Eat shit, you busted! Why has he been so mean to
And
me?
he's just
What
as
do
much
I
of
do?
a loser here as he was there. So you girls better not get any ideas about hitting on him.
Sir, please. That should be the furthest thing from your mind when talking about children.
Tell him your name, kid, and make it quick.
You calling me a loser? You nasty ass motherfucker.
That's it. You're on my shit list. Effective immediately.
Bro, I was already on your shit list. Don't even.
Now listen up. This town is miles away from your big city of perverts and assholes in more ways than one.
And yet here you are, being both a pervert and an asshole rolled into one little shit stain. This guy.
You'd better not even think of getting involved with the girls here, let alone abusing them.
What? Pardon? Excuse me?
But what do I know? It's not like the old days. Even here, kids grow up so damn fast. Every time I turn my back, you're fooling around on those damn phones, checking your life journals and your my places.
Excuse me, is it okay if the transfer student sits here?
Huh? Yeah, sure. You hear that? Your seat's over there.
I hate this guy so much.
So hurry up and sit down already.
Oh, face on the teeth. I see what you mean now. Kids grow up so damn fast. Yeah, they do, Giga Watson.
Worst, huh?
Yeah, he is the worst. What a fucking pervert. An asshole.
Rotten luck for you to get stuck in this class. Well, we just have to hang in there for a year.
Sucks to be the transfer student, ending up in King Moron's class on the first morning here.
Yeah, he won't think twice about suspending you if you get on his bad side. Then again, we're all in the same boat.
Whiny student.
Shut your traps. I'm taking roll, and I damn well expect you to respond in an orderly manner.
Oh, fuck off. I hate this guy so much.
That's all for today. Normal lectures will start tomorrow.
Thank God? Question mark?
Attention all teachers.
Nightmare teacher,
Please
definitely.
report immediately to the faculty office for a brief staff meeting. All students must return to their classrooms and are not to leave the school until further notice.
Oh?
Ugh. You heard the announcement. Don't go anywhere until you hear otherwise.
He's seriously getting on my nerves.
Satan girly.
Did something happen? Don't those sirens sound really close? Ah, I can't see a damn thing. Frickin' fog.
Yeah, like every time it rains lately, it gets all foggy.
Rumor-loving student.
Hey, did you hear? I hear that paparazzi's looking all over for that announcer.
Oh yeah, you mean Mayumi Yamano, right? I heard some guy spotted her at the shopping district.
Actually, I heard that. Are you serious?
There's some hot goss going over there. I don't know what they're saying, but they be chatting shit.
Hey, Yukiko-san. Mind if I ask you something? Is it true that announcer staying at your family's inn?
can't discuss such things.
Yeah, I guess not.
Oh, sheesh. How much longer is this gonna take?
There's no telling.
I should have left before the announcement came on. By the way, did you try what I told you the other day? You know, that thing about rainy nights?
Oh. No, not yet. Sorry.
Aw, that's okay. It's just, I heard a guy in the class next door yell something like, "My soulmate is Yamano, the announcer."
Attention, all students. There has been an incident inside the school district. Police officers have been dispatched around the school zone. Please stay calm and contact your parents or guardians as soon as possible and quickly leave the school grounds. Do not disturb the police officers. Head directly home. I repeat.
Incident?
What? Something actually happened?
Dun dun dun!
Come on, let's go take a look.
Man, nobody's ears be working here.
Hey, are you going home by yourself? Why don't you come with us? Oh, nearly forgot. I'm Chie Satonaka. You know, I sit next to you, right? Well, nice to meet you. This is Yukiko Amagi.
Oh, nice to meet you. I'm sorry that this is so sudden.
Come on, don't apologize like that. It makes me look like I got no upbringing. I just wanted to ask some stuff, really. That's all.
Miss Satonaka, this was really awesome. Like, the way they moved was just amazing to see. And I'm really sorry. It was an accident. Please just have mercy until my next paycheck. See ya. Thanks.
Stop right there. What did you do to my DVD?
What?
What the? I can't believe this! It's completely cracked! Oh! My trial of the dragon!
I think mine's cracked too. Critical hit to the neck.
Critical hit to the eggs. Cause Dan backwards is Ned. This all makes a lot of sense now. Dan is egg.
Oh, Yukiko-san. Are you worried about me?
He's fine, Yukiko. Let's ditch him and go home.
Why do we always leave this poor boy when he's in pain? We're just like, no, fuck him.
You're Yuki, right?
What a face.
You want to go hang out somewhere?
No. No, no, no. Strange student indeed. This person looks like they're wearing a flesh suit of a person. They are an alien pretending to be a human. He's in his pain era. This kid is creepy as fuck. Is it an alien in a flesh suit, Yoda? What is going on?
What? Who are you?
Yeah, good question. Who are you wearing?
What's up with him? What school's he from?
Never mind that. He's going for Yukiko-san? Man, you'd think he'd at least wait until she's alone to make his move.
Ew.
I bet you a can of taffy gets knocked out.
No bet. Haven't you heard how difficult the Amagi challenge is?
What?
So, are you coming or not?
Nay, bro, what the fuck?
I'm not going.
Fine.
Yeah, go be girl somewhere else. The fuck?
What did he want from me?
Yeah, good question.
What did he want? Obviously he was asking you out on a date. Huh?
Shut up,
Really?
Chie.
You really had no clue? Sheesh. But then again, that was way over the top. It was creepy how he called you Yuki all of a sudden.
Yo, Yukiko-san. Turned down another lovelorn fool, huh? Man, you're cruel. You got me the same way last year.
This kid can't catch a break.
I don't recall doing that.
Oh, you serious? So then you want to hang out sometime?
I'd rather not.
That'll teach me to get my hopes up. Anyways, you two better not pick on the transfer student too much.
We're just curious is all.
I'm sorry for dragging you into this.
Come on, let's go. Everyone's staring. Oh, so you came here because of your parents' job? I thought it was something way more serious. There really is nothing here, huh? That's what makes it nice. But there is nothing much we can show to people from outside. Though there is something from Mount Yasogami. I think our dyed clothes or pottery or something is kind of famous. Oh, wait! And there's the Amagi Inn! Yukiko's family runs it. It's the pride of Inaba.
Inaba!
Huh? It's just an old inn.
No way! It's been in all sorts of magazines.
She's
as a
got
hidden
that
treasure.
family riches hairstyle.
It's a great inn. It's been going for generations, and Yukiko here is gonna take over someday. Their inn actually attracts a lot of visitors to Inaba. It pretty much keeps this town going.
I don't think that's entirely true.
So, tell me, you think Yukiko's cute, huh?
What the heck?
Whoa! Are you blushing?
No! That's not what I...
Come on, don't start this again.
She's really popular at school, but she's never had a boyfriend. Kinda weird, huh?
Mind your business, girly. Damn.
Come on, stop it. You shouldn't believe that, okay? It's not true that I'm popular or that I've never had a boyfriend.
Oh, she's had a boyfriend?
Wait, no. What I meant to say was I don't need a boyfriend. Jeez, GA.
I'm sorry. But this is our chance to talk to someone from the big city. And you barely said a word.
This girl got no chill, Yoda. What the fuck? Her eyes also don't seem to agree on where they're looking, which is a little bit unsettling.
Hey, what's that?
So that high schooler left school early, and as she came down this street...
Wow, who could imagine that hanging from an antenna?
What?
I wanted to see it too.
No!
Oh, you got here too late. The police and fire department took it down just a moment ago.
Well, I think it's terrifying. I can't believe a dead body showed up around here.
Wait, what did she just say? A dead body.
Excuse me!
Lilith-chan! Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. Read? Did you come through with Kai's raid? They're like, oh my god, yes, a dead body. I can't believe it. Why are they so excited by a dead body? Raid? Oh fuck. Never late. No, you arrived precisely when you meant to, Lilith. It's okay.
Huh. I should have figured that'd happen.
This man still got his jacket draped over his shoulder.
That damn principal. We told him not to let them through here.
You know this guy?
I'm Detective Dojima, his guardian. Well, how should I say this? I hope you get along with him. But you three really ought to stop wandering around and head straight home.
Ugh.
Adachi, how long are you going to act like a rookie? You want to be sent back to the central office?
For throwing up? Give a guy a break.
I'm sorry.
Go wash your face. We're going to go around and gather information.
Was this what that announcement was about?
What do they mean it was hanging from the antenna?
Hey, Yukiko. Why don't we go to Junes some other time?
Junes? I thought it was June's. Oh my god.
Good idea.
Alright then, we're taking off. Starting tomorrow, neighbor, let's do our best.
You decide to head away from the crime scene. Do I though? Surely I just go home, right? I just go home, right? I don't want to go anywhere else, do I? Oh! What if you get caught up in something bad? Go straight home. Oh. You should head straight home. I don't wanna. What's down here? Ooh. Hello, old man. Don't listen to Yoda. I can't swim, can I? Damn it. There's nothing except buy soda in the vending machines. Yeah? Aww. This guy runs so fucking fast. Look at his fucking Newman. God damn. Don't listen to me either. That's fair. I'm just nosy. I want to go look at stuff and scare birds. Whee! Can I actually buy soda though? Vending machine. Egg, please. There's nothing for you to buy, Yoda. I feel lied to. You said I could buy soda. I can't even buy soda. Maybe this one's got for me. No? The owner's nowhere to be found. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. I'll just go myself. With a roulette. The drinks are sold out. Yoda. I feel lied to. I'm just gonna walk into the street and die. Never mind, I can't even do that. Cool. I'm gonna go home and cry. This town's crap, man. Fuck this. Look, here's my little boop boop. Also known as a scooter. Who the housewife in farming clothes? I think I probably have an outfit like this in Animal Crossing. I was doing some work on the farm. The police came around to question me. It's such a dangerous world these days. I can't even relax when I go out shopping. And I was going to buy some tiny soul tomato for dinner tonight too. What now? Here, you can have some that I harvested from my garden. It's no big thing. Anyone can start a home garden as long as they have some unused land to work with. Who has this kind of conversation? You take that spot next to the Dojima place, for example. That's more than enough land to make a fine garden. If they start a home garden too, does that mean I can look forward to them sharing the vegetables they grow? What the fuck? Grow your own fucking vegetables, bitch. This town ain't got shit. They don't even got soda in the vending machines. Oh, look at the little bears on the TV.
Not coming home again tonight.
Our top story this evening concerns a bizarre case in a quiet suburb. Around noon today, a woman was found dead near the Samegawa River in Inaba.
Could this be the incident you heard about?
The deceased has been identified as Miss Mayumi Yamano, a 27-year-old announcer at the local television station. The initial results of the Inaba Police Department's investigation have revealed
The Inaba Police Department. That's where Dad works.
Are you worried about him?
It's his job, so things like this happen.
You're 27? Yoda?
the body was found hanging from a large television antenna atop a local resident's roof. Authorities are uncertain as to why the body was in such a state. With the cause of death also uncertain, police continue to investigate whether the death is an accident or a homicide. A thick fog common to the area has slowed their progress, and plans to fully canvass the area are delayed until tomorrow.
The fuck is that happy music? Local TV station's announcer was found dead. Oh. Her affair with the local councilman's secretary had been on the news just the other day.
They found her on the roof? That's scary. Oh, it's Juness.
Juness?
At Juness, every day
Why did I
is
think it was
Customer
Junes?
Appreciation Day. Come see for yourself and get in touch with our products.
Waku waku. That's what it says on the screen there. Waku waku. If I'm not mistaken.
Every day's great at your Juness.
Juness.
Every day's great at your Juness.
Not weird at all. Ah! Hot dog and bologna, chickeny macaroni, chillin' with the homies, chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chickeny macaroni, chillin' with the homies, chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chickeny macaroni, chillin' with the homies. Welcome, welcome, homies. Thank you for the raid, Sadistic Muffin. How are you doing, beautiful human being? Let me just get some shouty outies out. I know that you were playing that game that you've been waiting for. Congrats on 100%ing the other one though, because I saw that on the tweeters. Both you and Lexi. Very, very cool. Welcome, welcome, Raiders. Just wanted to bring some love. Thank you, thank you. For those of you who are new, welcome. My name is Nat or Tato, variety streamer from South Africa. I'm currently playing Persona 4, but I also play a lot of Genshin Impact. If you want to get to know me a little bit better, I post on... I do cosplays on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, whatever thing you like to look at. But yeah, that's so exciting that you guys are able to play the new one. Was there a bit of a delay with the release? Because I saw you and Yama were like, "Where game? Where game? How is it? How is it?" I was lurking, so I now have to go and move my move my tab, because otherwise I'm streaming myself and that's kind of weird. Alright, sorted. But yeah, it was an hour late. Were there issues with the game and that's why they delayed it, or what happened? Also, hi Luna. Sons of the Forest. My brain wasn't working, crazy mug. But you guys all know the drill. At the top of the chat, join us in following Sadistic Muffin. She is lovely. She's got a fantastic sense of humor. She also plays a lot of spooky games though. So if that's something that you enjoy, definitely check her out. But she's got the chillest vibes. Wonderful, wonderful person. So please do give her some love. And especially if you enjoy scary games. She actually played, you played, what was it, Summer of 58 or something? You played that a while ago, I think. I mostly just lurk. The English voice actor for Kanji is going to be playing Ganon in the new Zelda game. Ooh! Is Kanji a character in this game? I have never played Persona before. They didn't say, but it's in early access, so it's still a little weird. Oh, okay, that makes sense. But you guys had fun? You hated that game? It was too spooky? No ways, not for you. You're like the queen of spook. Like, no matter what, I'm just like, yeah, if anyone could play it, it's you. It doesn't matter what it is. But that game was too much? Damn. But yeah, that's Sadistic Muffin. She's wonderful, guys. The people in my community, please go check her out. And thank you very much to all the raiders who came through. I hope you guys had a wonderful time with Muffin. But yes, I'm very new to Persona. I've never played it before. I don't know too much about it. I'm just going through the motions right now. Gonna lurkies? Of course. Oh, you have a headache? Get out of here. Go take care of your headache. Go rest. Go eat something. Drink something. Smoke something. Stretch your legs. Whatever you need to do. Get out of here. And thank you again for the raid. Thank you, thank you. Alright. So, I have not made much progress in this game. This girl is looking at me to sing with her. So let me not disappoint her.
You memorized it already? I'm the best one in my class.
Kids, man. They're so easy to impress. This would drive me insane though, because my little sister used to do this. I'm doing good, Luna. How are you? Sorry, I think I might have missed your message earlier. Bam, 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 bam. Yeah. How are you, Luna? I'm doing okay. I was a little sleepy when I started stream, but I think the energy drink that I had definitely gave me some zip zaps. Aw, poor baby. You should leave her alone. She's watching the show again. Dead inside but still alive? That's fine. Have you been eating properly, sir? Nothing catches your eye. The music is always so intense in this game. Let's go outside. I don't want to go outside. That's what I... Oh. I was like, what is making me go outside? What's happening here? Oh, you haven't? I'll fight you. Not this kid again. God damn. Zip zaps, not zap zip? No? I gotta get the zip zaps, yo. Maybe you should help him. Oh, did I help him this time? What a nice guy. Question mark.
Yeah, that's right. You're that transfer student.
Nate's potato.
I'm Yosuke Hanamura. Nice to meet you.
I forgot I made that my name.
Oh yeah, I'm fine.
Abby's making food for you? Okay, that's good.
Say, did you hear about the incident from
Oh
yesterday?
no?
They found that announcer lady hanging from an antenna.
Why you oh no, Yoda?
Think it was some kind of warning? There's no way something that weird could have been an accident. Dangling a dead body over a roof like that? That's just messed up.
Now peeps are gonna call you NATO.
Again, it's pretty messed up to kill someone in the first place.
That's fine.
Oh crap, we're late.
Crap.
You want a ride? It's a little squeaky, but it should be fine.
Bro, I've watched you crash that thing days in a row now. I don't know if I should. Okay, apparently I don't have a choice. Most people literally can't. Yeah, it's true. Not this guy again. Oh, I know this tune. You guys are in high school, aren't you? Can't you shut up during class? Don't you have any common sense? Fuck this guy. First of all, my job is to waste my precious time teaching you assholes philosophy. And since I'm so nice, I'll straighten up your rotten attitudes while I'm at it. Aren't you honored? Your theme song. Yes, it's the Yoda theme song. Gonna take some meds. No worries, Luna. I'll be going especially hard on any of you morons that are curious about the murder. Got it? Now get your books out. Yoda!
So, you getting used to this place? Wow, that was fast. There isn't much to do here compared to the big city. But there is that certain something you can't get anywhere else. The air's clean, the food's great. Oh, you know about the local delicacy? It's grilled steak, man. Like that's anything special, huh? I know a place where you can get it cheap. Wanna come? You helped me out this morning, so it's on me.
What about me, huh? No apologies?
I'll shush you.
My trial of the dragon?
Nosy Nancy.
You always come around when I'm talking about food.
How about it, Yukiko? Don't you think he should treat us too?
I'll pass. I don't want to gain any more weight. I need to help out at the inn today anyway.
Wow, Yukiko-san. You started training to take over the business?
It's not like that. I'm just helping out when it gets busy. Well, I should be on my way.
Oh well, we should get going too.
Huh?
Huh?
Do I seriously have to treat 2 people?
Why doesn't he just buy her the thing? Like, replace it. Junes! Not a Junes. Junes.
This is the cheap place you were talking about? Ugh, they don't have grilled steak here.
She's
Yeah,
so
well,
annoying.
once you hopped on the freeloader train, I had to change my plans.
Wrong one? Yeah, but still, like, when I hear Persona music, obviously I'm gonna think of you, Yoda. Also, hi, Trent.
Still, that's no reason to take us to your place.
Dude, this isn't my place or anything. Oh, right. I haven't told you yet, huh? I moved here from another city about 6 months back. This location just opened up and my dad was assigned to manage it. So our entire family came out here. Here, this is to welcome you to town. Sadonaka, yours is on me too.
Yeah, I know.
She's such a fucking little gremlin.
It's only been half a year since this place opened up, but I haven't been to the local shopping district much since. A lot of stores there started closing and... You
can't blame it all on Junes, can you? Hey, it's Saki-senpai.
Saki.
Sorry, be right back.
That's Saki Kanishi. Her family runs a liquor store in the shopping district. I think she's working here part-time, though.
Hey, how's it going? You look beat.
Hey, I'm finally on break. What's up, Hana-chan?
Hana-chan!
Family business by bringing your friends here?
Ugh, madam, you wound me.
What?
Kidding aside, you look down. Did something happen?
Oh, it's nothing.
Hey,
Oops.
if you need to talk, I'm always willing to listen.
I'm okay. Thanks, though.
Oh, I didn't play
Why did I leave
Genshin.
school early yesterday.
Oops. I didn't play Genshin
Hey,
yesterday either.
Is he the kid
Oops.
who transferred here? Are you the transfer student? Oh, did you hear about me already? It must be nice to have someone else from the big city to talk to, huh? I don't see Hana-chan hanging out with the other guys much.
Not necessarily.
He doesn't have too many friends, so I hope you two get along good. Hana-chan's a good guy, but he can get nosy sometimes. You gotta tell him right to his face when he starts to annoy you. I know. I'm just kidding.
Hmm.
Come on, senpai. There's no need to worry about something like that.
Senpai.
Well, my break's just about over. Back to work I go. Laters.
Oh,
Laters,
senpai?
taters.
Saki-senpai says I'm annoying, but she's even nosier than me. She has a younger brother, and she treats me pretty much the same way.
Oh, you don't want her treating you like a brother, huh? I get it.
You see, this girlie is nosy. Mind your business.
The daughter of a local family-run liquor store, and the scion of the invading chain. Oh, the flame of forbidden love.
I see.
Dude, it's not like that.
Oh, he blushing.
Oh, really? Well, I know just the thing to cheer up that lovesick heart.
We have another member of the We Hate Cheer. Does anyone like her?
You ever hear of the Midnight Channel?
Because I know someone who cosplayed her. And for the longest time, I thought it was just a boy in a skirt. Makes a lot more sense now. It's a girl. But also, I hate her.
You're supposed to look into a TV that's switched off, alone, exactly at midnight on a rainy night.
You only know of one person that hates her?
While you're staring at your own image,
Does she get murdered in this game?
will appear on the
Or does she
screen.
live?
And they say that person's your soulmate.
Oh, that likes her? Okay, I see. That makes way more
For a
sense.
second, I thought you were actually going to say something useful. How can you get all excited over such a childish urban legend like that?
Whoops.
Childish, huh? You don't believe it, do you?
Of course I don't.
Well, it's raining tonight. Let's all try it out. Then you'll
You're not spoiling? Okay.
Try it out.
Why? Is it someone in the
Wait, you haven't
game?
even tried
The
it
only person
yourself?
who likes her is someone in the game.
Wow. I'm trying to remember the last time I heard something this stupid. All that aside, you know that incident yesterday? You guys think it was murder? Ooh, what if the culprit behind it was still lurking around?
What was that laugh? I know I have a weird laugh, but damn.
You shouldn't joke about
This
stuff
guy's
like
competing.
That. Now who's the childish one? All I'm saying is, you guys better try it out tonight.
My god, she's annoying. You heard the rumor about the Midnight Channel where one can see one's soulmate on a rainy night? Maybe you should try it out tonight. Yosuke is Densky from Genshin. And Ben 10. Her son? What?
No, he always says he will. Oh, he's home!
What a day. I'm back. Did anything happen while I was out?
No, you're late again.
I'm sorry. Been busy at work. Can you put the news on for me?
Next, more details in the developing story on the incident in Foggy Inaba. Announcer Mayumi Yamano's dead body was found hanging above a house in this isolated rural town. It is confirmed that Miss Yamano had been involved in an affair with Taro Namatame, husband of enka singer Misuzu Hiragi.
It's a follow-up report about the incident yesterday. When Miss Yamano, the TV announcer, was alive, she was having an affair with the councilman's secretary. The man's wife seems to be Misuzu Hiragi, an enka singer. Could the incident be tied to their lovers' quarrel?
The police plan to investigate this relationship and question any personnel involved with them. In addition, we now bring you an exclusive interview with the local student who found Miss Yamano's body.
An interview with a kid? Where the hell did they find her?
What went through your mind when you saw it? Could you tell she was dead? Did you see her face?
The fuck? The female student's face and voice are indistinct. But you feel like you've seen her before somewhere?
Don't you think it's scary that someone was killed on a foggy day?
What the fuck?
Huh? She was killed? Oh, so did you see anyone suspicious around here?
No, not really.
We heard that you found it when you left school early. Did you have some personal business to take care of?
Huh? That's...
The reporter's enthusiasm seems to be perplexing the girl. Understandable. Why does he sound so excited? Very professional interview? Yeah, right? Fucking creepo. Looking closely, she reminds you of Saki Konishi, Yusuke's senpai.
A tragedy that occurred near the local shopping district. Many store owners are raising concerns about losing customers as a result.
If they lose more customers, it'll be because you're making such a stink about it.
It really is a bizarre case, isn't it? I mean, hanging someone upside down from an antenna. I'd have to say it's a warning or a sign from the culprit.
Yes, but so far, no one has come forward to take credit for the crime.
Loads of prank calls, though.
Reporter hasn't had any interesting news since a cat was found in a tree that one time. Yeah.
So the cause of death is still unknown, and they don't have a single suspect yet? Taxpayers' funds are going to a police force who can't even figure out if this is an accident or a homicide?
We'll be right back after these messages.
At Jeunesse, every day is Customer Appreciation Day. Come see for yourself and get in touch with our products. Every day's great at your Jeunesse.
Every day's great at your Jeunesse. Hey, Dad, can we go to Jeunesse together sometime?
Man is snoring to fast asleep.
No?
I can't offer to take her. When I go to bed, I'll wake Dad up and tell him to go to his own room. Why did it not work? What? Why do things just randomly break? You're reminded that you made a promise to test out the rumors of this midnight channel? Watch TV in your room? Yeah. Your soulmate appears if you look into a TV on a rainy night. Nay, brew! This is scary. I don't want to do this. The timing.
Thou art I. Thou art the one who opens the door.
She is a witch? Did she curse me? The TV sucked in me. Oh! Concussion.
Are you okay?
I did now. Goodbye, Nanako-chan.
I heard a really loud noise.
Yeah, it was probably him grunting like an animal.
Good night.
She doesn't want to come in here. What just happened? A good fucking question. You decided to talk about it with the others tomorrow? I think Stream Elements hates you, Yoda. I'm sorry to say. Okay, there we go. That did not.
Sorry.
Forced herself under your umbrella. Fuck this girl. My TV almost ate me because of her. I did have my own, but I saw this kung fu movie where they use an umbrella to pull off some sweet moves. What the fuck? And I accidentally broke mine trying to mimic the move. Piss off. Did you see it? We're gonna be late for school. It's kind of awkward to only bring this up now, but we're pretty close here. I'm just gonna go ahead and run the rest of the way. You'll catch a cold. If I catch a cold, it could spread and that'd suck for everyone. I think I'll keep going with you. Ugh.
Come on.
Sorry if I'm being... No! No. It's all good, Yoda. I think we're having fun. What the fuck is this? Hello? Kimiko Sofue, and I don't know much. I don't know how much you know about world history, but I'm an expert. Okay. A little about me. I love to use my dowser to look for lost items. What the? And there's nothing quite like a romance. In fact, world history. I can't fucking read. Why are they not speaking? Anyway, world history is a magnificent romance. History is like a river. It was born in the past and flows ever forward. I hope we can all enjoy the profundity. I do not... Whatever. Of history together. The teachers are very fucking weird. Yeah, I'm stunned. I can't even speak because I'm so stunned. Since this is my first lecture, I'll start with an easy question. Our transferee, Mr. Tato! That's me. Please stand up. The Western calendar is based on Anno Domini, the traditionally believed year of Jesus Christ's birth. What is the year before 1 AD called? Is it not 1 BC? You gave the answer you think is correct. Ah, you seem to understand this well. If you think that history is like math, 0 AD would be the natural assumption, but world history is much more complicated. The Gregorian calendar we use today is based on the Julian calendar, which was made while there was no concept of the 0 as a number. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. That's why when counting backwards, we go from 1 AD straight to 1 BC. Hopefully that was a nice introduction to world history. I mean, not really, but it's something. You gave the correct answer. No shit. Your knowledge has increased. Oh, wow. How do you use the cheat codes, Yoda? Asking for a friend.
The body being hung upside down. That's so freaky.
Why are these people so preoccupied with death? I don't understand that.
Is it supposed to be like mimicking an execution? It's messed up. My senpai told me it was a third year named
Hot dog
Saki
and
who found the body.
bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies. Thank you for the raid, Kai. This is different Kai. This is Savage Kai. Not to be mistaken for Kit Kai. That's different Kai. How was your stream? Psychonauts! Oh my god. I have never played that. But I think I have it. I just haven't played it before. Have you played it like before now? Is it like a nostalgia thing? You're playing it again? But yes, welcome, welcome, raiders. It's lovely to have you all here. Thank you for coming through on the raid. For those of you that are new here, my name is Nat Ortato, variety streamer from South Africa. I'm also a cosplayer, like Kai. If you want to check out... Did I press it? I did! My socials. I post cosplay things on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, if you want to check them out. Yeah, that's a little bit about me. But yeah, I appreciate the raid, Kai. Thank you so much. It's your first time playing it, and what do you think of it? Are you enjoying it? It seemed... I watched someone else play it, like, gosh, a while ago. And it seemed pretty interesting, but I just haven't gotten around to playing it. You know, everybody's got that giant... In fact, we were looking at games earlier. Everyone's got that giant Steam library full of games they've never touched. Or things they started and they never finished. I actually finished the game in the beginning of stream. That was really nice. It was a short one. You still feeling sick? No! I hope you feel better soon. Make sure you get some rest, especially because you just finished streaming now. And it's quite late as well. Drink some water. I'm going to drink some water too because I need to. But make sure you rest up as well. So if you need to skedoodle, don't worry. But yeah, that's really cool. Maybe someday I'll get around to Psychonauts. The list of games that are just getting dusty. at least because it's digital, it can't actually get dusty. So that's a tiny saving grace. It's just when you open Steam and you're like, I have no games to play. Has hundreds of games that you have not touched. You want to hang out for a bit? That's also perfectly alright. But maybe stretch your leggies a bit. Have a sippy of water if you have some. Always good to have some water. But yeah, so I just started Persona 4 tonight. Because Yoda loves this game so much that he was like, here, Tato, I buy for you. So, yeah. I don't know if you've ever played any of the Persona games. This is my first one. And there's a lot of weird shit going on already, so... it's been quite interesting so far.
Yo.
Very guilty. I think everyone knows you as the Persona man. Yo! Yosuke.
It's not really that important, but... Well, yesterday on TV,
Welcome back, Luna.
Oh, you never mind. Look, I'll tell you later.
Bruh.
Yosuke, did you hear the rumor?
Oh, shut up. This girl. D-Max has introduced you to some epic games. Ooh, have you ever played Genshin Impact? You've never played this, but it's on the list. Yeah. Yoda would... I think Yoda would try and sell this game to anyone and everyone. How's stream so far? I started off stream feeling a little bit sleepy. I'm not gonna lie. I felt a bit sleepy when I started. And then, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies. Hey, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies. I just had a raid. But goddamn, welcome. Hi, Solden, Mama Succubus. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, Bean. How is your stream, Mama? Wait, does this mean I have another tab open to myself? Oh my god. Not again. Okay, it's fine. We remove it. Your avatar looks so cute. Mama, yours is so cute. I was Lucky's earlier. I saw. We had the same one tonight, right? Yeah. We had same. But different. But same. How was your stream, Mama? I saw you were playing Diablo 3. Ooh, look at the sexy mans. Welcome, welcome to all the raiders. Thank you so much for coming through on the Mama raid. I hope you guys had a great time with her. For those of you that are new here, my name is Nat Ortato, variety streamer from South Africa. I play a lot of Genshin Impact, but I just started Persona 4 tonight because we have a massive Persona fan in the chat. It's Yoda. Very well known for being a Persona fan. I also cosplay. So if you're curious, I do lots of cosplays. I post them on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, if you want to check them out. There's the link for the socials. You sound a lot like Mama. I do? I don't think so. Mama's so cute. I want to put her in my pocket and feed her snacks. And I want to give Solden a fright. Oh, Solden! Solden, I started playing Genshin, not Genshin. Warframe. Warframe Impact again. Started playing Warframe again, and I wanted to know, do you ever do the Railjack stuff? Very similar? Nah. Even the way you just sit. I haven't seen Persona until I popped into stream. Yeah, I think it's quite a popular franchise. There's a lot of Persona games. Don't shout me out. Solden, if it's in your stream, you're allowed to say don't shout me out, but this is my stream. My mods will shout you out. You got no power here. You got load shedding soon? Oh my god, get out of here. Go. Shoo. Go do your things. Go do your things. You're going off at midnight? Thank you so much for the raid, Mama. Please take care. Have a wonderful evening and good sleepies. I'm sure Solden is also skidoodlin, because you two lovebirds live together now. But yes, please take care. Go rest. Go do your things. Go boil the kettle so you can have some tea or something before. Oh, yes, we Space Ninja. We must Space Ninja. Maybe Mama also Space Ninja with us. I don't know. Potato sounds better. No. Mama lie. Don't listen to Mama. Anyway, yes. I need to Space Ninja with Solden because there's a lot of things I gotta learn. You play Genshin Impact and Pokemon and of course Cookie Run! I live under Rockfather Games looking into Zelda. Ah! Yoda's also a very big fan of Zelda games as well. I think basically anything Nintendo. Yoda's just a really big Nintendo fanboy, I think. Excuse me! Ah, Bean! Thank you so much for the follow and welcome to the posse. I hope you enjoy your stay. What kinds of games do you like to play? Hey! Woo! Sheesh! Thank you, Bean. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the subby. Damn. You just joined the posse and you were like, hell yeah, let's go. Enjoy the emotes. There's many. And there's a lot of Genshin Impact themed ones, but they're very cute. You've been saving for the new game in May? Ooh, it's the new Zelda game. Beans! You play Genshin Impact? Oh! Tell us who's your... Okay, I'm gonna say who's... Ooh! Kai! Thank you! And it was the Prime as well. Thank you. Much appreciate. Thank you, Beans. Thank you, Bean and Kai. I said beans as in like peoples, but... Oh my gosh. Yoda, no! Yoda, you already bought me a game tonight. Thank you for the beaties. But you guys now started a hype train. But yes, Bean, tell us, who do you play? Who do you play in Genshin? I love, also the hype train is on 69%. No one change it. No one change it. It must remain on a nice number. Also, in Genshin, I love playing, I have like, I guess 4 teams now that I really enjoy playing. I have a Geo team with Arataki Ito, the one and only, Zhongli, Danny, and Goro. That's like one of my favorite teams to play. It's also kind of like a... it feels like it's cheating because of how strong the team is. And then I have my freeze team that is Ayaka, Rosaria, Kokomi, and the other character changes a little bit. So sometimes it's... Kai, no! Naughty! No babies! No babies, Kai, but thank you. Thank you, Kai. But no babies. Sometimes it's Xingqiu, sometimes it's Mona. Depends on my mood. And then I also use Yaimiko a lot. Lately I've been using her with Nahida and Raiden. And Yao Yao. Currently between Jean and Kokomi. Ah, still building her up. And Tainari. Very nice. Your 4-star main is Rosaria. Ooh, I love Rosaria. I use Rosaria with my Ayaka because she gives her that sweet, sweet crit. So I love her. I didn't use her before I started building my freeze team. She's really fucking good. Yuita's the 3rd most powerful. So strong, Luna. Your mains are Ito, Chao, Benny, and DPS Goro? For realsies? That's cray-cray. Very interesting. Choose your first 90? Oh, blessed. Oh, that's your main team? You only have 2 Geo? I have like a... Besides Benny... It's just like it all goes into Geo. I love that team so much. So yeah, I have like the Aggravate, Freeze, and Geo team. I want to play other teams. Like I want to do like Vape and stuff, but I'm so comfortable with the other teams that I have that I am too lazy. I'm too lazy to change them. I'm just like, no, this is comfortable and it kills things fast enough. So that's how I do it. You don't have 2 teams? Had to take a break from Genshin Impact for a few months thanks to work. Ah, and exams? No! That's fair though. I think if you can prioritize like that, that's pretty good. But yeah, I think it is definitely a game that you can pick up and come back later. Because there's not this, like, you know, like with MMOs, there's that competitiveness to stay ahead. We don't have that in Genshin. You can literally... Hey! Dan! What have you done? Thank you for the gift subby to Nymphu. Thank you. Also, I am winning, I think. Nymphu, have you played this game? Have you played this Persona 4?
Got him!
Oi! Oi! Bean! Thank you for the gift subby. I also still haven't figured out how to say this person's name. I call them Kraken. But I don't know if that's correct. I want to call them Crackalacken, but yeah, I haven't quite figured out how to say their name yet. But thank you for the gift subby. They came through earlier, I think, with someone else's raid. Oh, it's Kraken? Oh my god. I was basically right. You haven't played Persona before? Oh, okay. Because I was gonna ask if you know this character on screen currently, because she's annoying as all hell. So I'm winning, but I have to put up with her. So, you know, if we can count that as winning, then sure. Let's say we're winning. She's like very nosy and over enthusiastic.
Saki Senpai's supposedly the one who discovered that
And
body.
she's just in everyone else's business. She's exhausting. I'm the only Persona Pipo here. It's okay. I'm a Persona Pipo too now, Yoda.
She doesn't seem to be at school today either.
Wait, so she's senpai? Is she just like in a higher grade than them, or?
Huh?
Huh?
Hey, Yukiko, are you helping out at the inn today too?
She's so loud all the time, this girlie.
Things are really out of hand right now.
Got it!
Hey! Yamete kura stop! God damn it. Thank you, Jargon, for the 5 gifted subbies. Who did that go to? Lognarok? Ghosty. Oh, Ghosty! One Hand Bandit, Moby, and Maestro. Very nice. There's some people, some names in there that I know. Thank you for the 5 gifted subbies. Ivy's grinding on Cookie Run, trying to level up to join your guild. She should just be able to join. I need to go make a space for her because I think the guild's full at the moment. But as soon as she can join, then yeah. Trent and Gamehead like her? No. Please say it ain't so. Also, Godberries, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. Oh my god! My berries! I love your name. I don't know if that's where it's from, but that's how I'm gonna read it forever now. My berries! Oh, she needs a certain level? Okay, that's fair enough. But yeah, she can just boop me on Discord when she's ready to join. I found my berries! You read it in Afrikaans? No! Not puss. It's not a puss. It's a posse. It's a crew. It's a gang. It's my gang of possums. Pass. You know? Gang. Not. I ain't here to call people mean things. Unless they're people that I already know. In which case, it's fair game if I say something mean to them. Because they probably say mean things to me as well. You gonna let her know? Thank you, Luna. Did you eat already? You said Ivy was cooking? But also berries, where is your name from? If it's not from, oh my god, my berries, then I'm very curious.
Is it just me, or does Yukiko-san seem way stressed out today?
I guess they're running her ragged.
Oh, shush you! This girl, she drives me insane.
Did you see it?
I refuse to believe anyone likes her. Yoda, tell Trent and Gamehead to, I don't know, develop some taste. This girl is the worst.
Huh?
It was given to me in a game of CS. Friend was like, God, berries. It's stuck. You flaked it with an AWP. Okay, I know that's the kind of gun. I'm gonna be honest with you, berries. I don't play the pew-pews. There's only two exceptions to that rule. Warframe and Halo. Warframe, because who doesn't want to be a space ninja? And Halo, because I played it when I was younger, and it's just like, I want to relive that trauma. Why not, you know? Pew Pew is bad. Yeah, you would know since you since you play them. I once played. There's another game that I played. It was made by a South African Where's my Steam? Made by a South African company. But I know they were changing the name. Oh, shit. Go back library. They were changing the name a couple times. I don't know if they've settled on one. What was it called? Oh, Poached Hunt the Hunter. Pretty good game. But scary. Smurf! Thank you for the gifted subby. That went to Pew Pew. There's someone with the name Pew Pew. You heard a naughty word? Hey! Hey! Excuse you. Thank you for the gifted subby for Smurf. Smurf out here giving subbies to other peoples. Joggin said, ain't gonna happen. Have a subby yourself. Thank you. But also, what's the naughty word, Smurf? Was it pew pews? Because I was talking about pew pews. Anyway, yes, this game I was telling you guys about. So basically, is being made by a South African. I don't know if it's one person or if it's like a group of people, but like it's on Steam. Hunt the Hunter. And basically you work as like a game ranger and you're trying to kill poachers. It's pretty good. But there's a clip of me shooting with a shotgun and I got way too excited about being able to kill people just by shooting them in the face with it. So, you know. It was about Lady Pee-Pee. I didn't say nothing about Lady Pee-Pee. What you talking about? I don't know what you mean, Smurf. Maybe you can explain. Use your words. Tell us. What do you mean? Suck it, poachers! Yeah. The music? Smurf! Yoda. Smurf! I mean, we still get the sound out, right? It's still technically Smurf. You just took a little while to get there.
Well, what about you?
Hey, hey, hey! Yado!
I did! I seriously saw a girl!
I seriously saw a girl! Got called a bottom again. Tian, being timed out earlier wasn't enough for you. Also, Luna said he was gonna go eat. You didn't get enough of a timeout, Tian? You back for more? You don't learn?
But my soulmate's a girl? What's that supposed to mean?
Use Lebanon.
I couldn't quite tell who it was, but it was a girl for sure. Her hair was brown, about shoulder length. She was wearing our school uniform, and...
Hey, I think that's the same person I saw.
Oh?
I couldn't make out that much detail, though. The image I saw was much blurrier.
I apologize for dissing the child. You know what? Thank you, Tian, because I didn't think you knew how to apologize. So thank you.
Wait, so you saw it too? And we saw the same girl?
Insert apology with
we have the same soulmate?
Man's got tissues as well. His eyes slightly red from cutting onions and rubbing them to fake cry. In his apology video.
How should I know?
How
about you? Did you see it?
YouTube. Apology video when? Tian, when? When, sir? You told him about what happened last night? I got sucked off by the TV.
Like we all saw the same person.
Oh, never mind.
But weird
I don't think we all saw
aside,
the same person.
Was that about getting sucked into your TV?
Oh, sorry. Sucked into, not sucked off.
Were you that tired last night? You must have just fallen asleep in front of your TV.
Put me in the trash can where I belong.
That Gotta be one interesting dream, though.
With the garbage. You have to watch Marley and... I've never watched Marley and Me, and I refuse to watch it.
I like the part where you got stuck
You're
because your
crying,
TV
Yoda.
was too small.
Is this what you expected when you gifted me this game? You did what to a TV? No. I didn't do nothing to the TV. The TV sucked me off. I mean, sucked me into it. Gotta go dinner things? Oh, Jargon, enjoy! Take pictures or tell me about it later, please. Just because I'm nosy. Thank you guys so much for the... Damn. For the biddies. Thank you for the subbies. Very much appreciated. 11 subs and 150 biddies. Thank you. If you guys got any cool emotes, you can spam them in the chat. Show me what you got. I already have all of the hype train ones. So I don't have anything to show off. No, Yoda! The TV did! The TV was being bad. Also, Dan, is that an owl? That's an angry owl. Oh, man. Is it because Owen Wilson? Wait, what? Where? Nani? Not the nodders jargon. Sounds like somebody needs to go to horny. Says you, Smurf. Way later, when this is out of context, it will be hilarious. That's if we remember. That's if we remember. The TV did what? Yeah, I know, right? Tian's like, oh, I gotta play this game now.
If it had been bigger.
If it had been bigger, what?
Oh, that reminds me. Our family's been talking about buying a bigger TV.
What is this conversation?
Oh, yeah? Well, flat screen TVs are
I got
definitely
2
in these
reasons
days.
now.
Want to go check them out on the way back?
We're beefing up our electronics department this month. Oh my god. Beefy. Beefy boys in your city.
Oh, definitely. My parents don't know anything about electronics, and I've just gotta see my kung fu movies on the big screen.
Excuse me? In public? Control yourself, girl.
We've got some pretty big ones in stock. I bet they'd be big enough for you to fit into.
She talking about my dick? Or what? We're going to Junis! Yay! Yoda, this game is so dodgy. Why you making me play this? What the fuck? Nani the fuck? What is going on? Kanji? I haven't met Kanji yet.
Wow, this is huge!
That's what she said. Literally.
Crap, it's expensive. Who buys something like this?
I don't know. Rich folks?
Kanji is best boy? Gay boy. You prefer Cheers original VA? The golden version changes her. Oh, really? What's the what is the golden version? Is this like a different game?
Honestly, not many people shop for TVs here. That's why we don't have
Look at the
clerks
fucking
around.
penguins at the top. I can't read what they're saying. With his penguins. Penguins!
Huh. Not worth trying then,
It's the special enhanced edition. Ah! I promise I'm not quiet. I'm just playing Rocket League. No, that's all good. Enjoy playing car football. There's actually some people that I watch playing Rocket League, and while I could never comprehend how these people play that game, it's amusing to watch. I think it's a lot easier than watching like actual football, because there's like at most 3 people on each team, and I'm like, ah yes, make vroom vroom, knock the ball into the goal. Easy. It's not easy though, that game looks fucking hard. The like bounces and shit that they have to do, nah. That game looks hard. It takes time to get good. I mean, is that not all games, Barry? I feel like that's all games. Maybe not all games. But anything that requires skill, you gotta practice, right? Tian. I also can't read what the penguins are saying. There's kanji in there, and it's so blurry that I can't read it.
Get in. Figures.
You finished Hogwarts the same weekend it came out? Damn. If I'm not good at it immediately, I don't want to play it. Mao. That sounds about right. You have 955 hours in Rocket League? Have you ever played it? You haven't played it on stream, have you, Dan? Ooh, be right back. I got surprise hot chocolate with chocolates from Ray. Num num num. That's more than me with Pokemon. You have 1,840 hours? Damn! Them's a lot of hours. The most hours I have in any game that I know of, like that I've actually checked, is Guild Wars 2. I have like 2,500 hours in that game. Then the next game that I'm aware of is Warframe. I think I have almost 1,100 hours in that. Proof or it didn't happen? What? I have 760 something in Animal Crossing. I have no idea how many hours I have in Genshin Impact. But I play that game a lot. A couple of years ago, damn, that's crazy. 3,154 hours. PoE? Is that part of Exile? And CSGO? 4,000? Jeez. You must be really good at those games, Barry. I say, not being very good at any of the games that I have many hours in. But I have fun while playing them, and that's why I play games, to have fun. Not to get good. I'm here for the lulz, mostly.
This proves it. It was all just a dream.
Besides, these flat screen TVs are so thin, you just end up on the other side.
That's not how this works, boo-boo.
What am I saying? So, Chia, what kind of TV are you guys in the market for?
They said they wanted one that's cheap. You got any suggestions?
Yo mama.
Well, miss, might I suggest this one over here? It's the newest model, just released this spring.
What? That's not cheap at all! There's way too many zeros!
I should have asked what you meant by cheap right off the bat.
You got connections, right? Come on, hook me up!
Flat like Dojima. That man's got the longest back in history.
You know I can't do that.
You had more in Arc, but it's only 1,570 now. Oh man! I don't know how many I have in Arc. That's actually a good point. Oh! I have 730. 730 hours in Arc. I didn't know it was that high. But Arc is also a really good game.
Hey, how about this one over here? It's a display unit. It's a little old, but...
Why this motherfucker selling plasma TVs like it's revolutionary? If I was in this world, I'd like to get sucked off by an LG OLED. This 65-inch E9 series picture on glass design 4K HDR smart TV with Think AI. I have no idea what any of those things mean. Skill issue. Please don't skill issue. Please don't skill issue on the viewers. Yoda. Hey! You just skill issued on me! Stop it! No! Cease! You should feel bad. Proof has been posted of Dan being sweaty. Wow! Wow, Dan, you're missing 4 achievements? That's weak sauce. Go sort your shit out, Dan. Why are bubbles not working? Sorry. I don't know why it's not working. Is this one? I remember the one time when I refreshed this thing and it like exploded immediately afterwards. Like I went to another... Oh, there's the bubbles. Yay! I don't know why it was being a beach. But there we go. She's fine now. The one time I like refreshed it or I went to another scene and suddenly all the redeems that went off that stream suddenly just exploded. It looked cool. Congrats, I guess. You outie Smurf, please take care. Have a wonderful evening. Enjoy your TV time, thank you.
Oh yeah, what kind of TV do you...
NATO? The TV sucking me off again. I mean, sucking me into it again. You know when you turn on ETV at midnight? Yeah.
Whoa.
This is the channel that you're watching. No, it's fine. It's a late night TV.
Is that some kind
When you wake up on the couch at 3 AM, this is what you see on TV.
new function?
Hell no!
You gotta be
ETV be wilding after midnight, neighbor. ETV, yes, Smurf. I haven't owned a TV for many years now, but accidentally falling asleep on the couch at night and then waking up anywhere between like midnight and 3 AM. I don't know about after 3 AM, but like those are generally the times I'd wake up and realize I was on the couch. And then I have to go up to bed, but first I have to turn off the TV that's like blaring some dodgy ass looking porno. Yep.
Oh man, this is for real. That's some magic trick, man. So how's it work, huh? What's the magician's secret?
This guy just wants to get sucked off by the TV too. What, Dan? What? You might be able to put more in than just your arm. Yoda, what are you making me play?
Hey, don't do that! What are you doing?
Oh my god!
In front of us? After 8 or 10 p.m, the lady starts speaking and you know ETV about to get us. But there's all those adverts. You know those 5-digit numbers that you gotta email like suck to. No, I don't remember what the words were, but I remember. Yeah, he put his head in the TV. I told you the TV was sucking me off. Yoda. What is this? Yeah. Oh man. South African childhood, you know. If you ain't been traumatized at least once by the adverts of late night TV, have you even lived? I'm gatekeeping life now. The TV's sucking me off again. I mean, sucking me into it again. You know when you turn on ETV at midnight? Yeah. This is the channel that you're watching. No, it's fine. It's a late night TV. When you wake up on the couch at 3 a.m, this is what you see on TV. That's a good one. It's also very true though. Yeah, gosh. Thank you. That is a very nice clip, Yoda. Head deep in the TV. Did the TV even take us on a date? Not even dinner. Not even dinner. You know? You tell them that?
What do you mean inside?
Inside the TV.
What do you mean, empty space?
Oh, shush you. Spacious?
What do you mean spacious?
I mean, what's going on?
Let's go.
Holy crap. I think this is all too much for my bladder.
This guy go piss himself?
What the? Are you gonna pee your pants?
I've been holding it in all day. I haven't had a chance to go. I can't hold it anymore.
Bye.
Shit, customers, they're coming.
Pardon? They're what?
What? But we've got a guy half stuck in the TV here. What are we gonna do?
Y'all are fucking idiots. Let me tell you. Fucking Morans, all of them. Surprise but 6. Dan, no. Oh, enemy.
Ow. I landed right on my wallet.
Man, where the heck?
Casual flex.
What is this place? Some place inside Juness?
Hell no it isn't. I mean, we fell through a TV. Actually, what is going on here?
Ah, yes. The voiceless MC. Be prepared, you will meet many more idiots. Oh god. Can I uninstall this game now, Yoda? Have I played enough?
We're still alive, right?
Oh.
I think my butt's cracked now.
That's from the surprise butt sex.
course it is.
Whoa.
Whoa.
What now? Did you wet your pants?
What the fuck? You heading off? But still gonna lurk? Stream helps me fall asleep. No worries, Stitch. Sweet dreams. Take care. Enjoy listening to me make very crude jokes. Don't lie, you're enjoying the game. Yeah, I think it's quite amusing.
No, stupid. Look around.
Yeah, I agree. She is stupid. We're on a motherfucking stage.
Is this a studio? All this fog. Or is it smoke? There's no place like this in Inaba, is there?
I am so, like, invested now. I need to understand where this is going.
Man, this place is huge.
What are we gonna do? Huh?
Huh? I love when characters say huh.
We need to get home and...
Shut up. Trent, how can you like this girly? Please be serious.
Wait a minute. Which way did we come in from? I don't see a way in or out.
What? That can't be right. How could that be?
I don't know. Don't ask me. I can't take this anymore. I want to go home.
Okay, so how? You're right. Okay. Let's calm down and think about this. Alright, so we need to find a way out.
Yes, thank you, Captain Obvious. That wasn't the plan.
Is there really a way out of here?
You liked her in the OG version? Her VA isn't bad, but it's just not the same. She sounds less whiny. I mean... I can definitely believe that. I think it would be very hard for her to be more whiny than she currently is. Child, anyways.
We got in, so we must be able to get out somehow.
That's true, but...
If there's no exit, we're trapped, so let's cross our fingers and look around.
Whoa, there's a squiggly wiggly doorway.
What is this place? It feels different from where we were before.
It looks like we're in some kind of building, but damn, this fog's so thick I can hardly see.
Are you sure we're not wandering farther away?
I can't be positive, but we've got to trust our instinct a little.
I know, but...
It seems there's no choice for now but to continue onward. Let's go! Move, girl! We'll leave you behind.
Hey, is it me or is the fog lighter here?
Look at the fucking torn posters on the wall.
No service. What a surprise.
Can you guys slow down a little? It's hard enough to see
No.
where you're going.
We will leave you behind. Stay back.
Huh? What the?
Corn posters. Whoa. Okay, bit more than posters on the wall.
End. There's no exit.
With this lady's face torn out.
It keeps getting creepier and creepier the further we go.
Yes, torn posters. Not corn. I love corn, but not that much to see corn everywhere I go.
I can't hold it any longer.
Boy, go pee in the corner. What the fuck?
My bladder's gonna explode.
Tian, you're a corn. Oh my god, he literally is gonna go pee. Oh, what the fuck?
I gotta let it out before I piss my pants.
You could stand in the corner, homie. Stand behind a door or something. I don't know.
You're going here? Oh, you have gotta be kidding.
Yeah. The one time I was playing Pokemon Go with like a really big group of people. I think it was mostly dudes. In fact, I don't remember there being another woman there. So the one guy just decides to take a leak. He has at least the decency to turn around, but he doesn't really move away from the group that much. I'm like, how can you piss next to a group of people? And like, some of the people were just like, you know there's a woman here. Yeah, it was very weird. Needless to say, we just moved away from him. You're not a fan of corn on the cob? Oh, berries. That's blasphemy. How could you? Cease. I agree. It's very cease. That's nasty, man. Now he's gonna get performance anxiety.
Go if everyone's watching.
Bro, you shouldn't be going anyway. What the fuck? Now you want corn?
I can't do it. It's all your fault if my bladder bursts.
You'll be fine.
Like I care.
I don't know about you, Tian. I don't have corn currently. Oh, wait, I have baby corn in the fridge. GG-san.
Anyways,
It hurts your face. You can't open your mouth that big. You gotta practice. But also just cut it off with a knife. You don't have to eat it off the cob. Hassan, were you here when I finished the other game? I think you were here, yeah. This is going okay.
check out these posters.
This game is very dodgy, Hassan. You shouldn't be watching.
Someone must really hate this person.
Dude, this chair and rope, that kind of arrangement is never good. It's tied in a noose. Is this a scarf?
Focus watching activated. No, Hassan!
Come on, let's go back to where we came from and look somewhere else for an exit.
They've made so many sus clips already. And sus quotes as well. Just from this game. And I've only just started playing it. Goddamn.
Hey, I think I've seen that poster before.
Pretty sure it's the one in your parents' shop, but you know.
Sick of this place. And I'm not feeling
Time
so
to
good.
check the clips. No! That looked like that came out of my eye.
Me too.
And then I ate it.
Alright, let's go back. I'm seriously starting to feel sick.
Also, Dan's new name is Egg, Hassan.
Phew. We finally made it back here. Wait, what's that?
I don't remember how we got to Egg, but yeah.
There's something over there.
Is it me? Because y'all are looking at me. Dan is Egg now, yes. Oh, this is Teddy! Creepy ass motherfucker. He got ear wiggles like me though.
Monkey? A bear?
What in the world?
That's what I want to know. Who are you guys?
Oh shit.
It talked! What are you?
He is a white boy, so Egg works. Oh no. You know Teddy from the introduction page. Yoda, I know some of the characters because of cosplayers. Like, I've seen these characters before. That's racist. His waste is to call you egg. Fun fact, actually very sad fact, I'm attracted to men willingly. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Tian.
Don't yell at me like that.
Why has he got a zip around his neck? Is there something? Is it a suit and there's something inside the suit? Your ears are bouncy, yes. When I blink, my ears wiggle. Or if I just move my head, they wiggle a little. It's Joe Biden. Joe Biden's a bear. Ask him nicely.
I'm a bear. Can't you tell?
No, obviously we can't.
I've always lived here. It doesn't have a name.
You live here?
In this hellscape?
If I was you guys, I'd hurry back to the other side.
Pardon?
Someone's been throwing people in here. It's a big headache.
Huh? Throwing people in? What are you talking about?
I don't know who's doing it. I just want them to think before they go doing things like that.
Oh, he mad.
What's your problem? What gives you the right to yell at us like that?
This girly, stop it! You make him scared.
Where are we?
Stop it!
What the heck is going on?
No, she's so aggressive for no reason. Calm down. Stop scaring the beer.
I already told you.
I thought you looked familiar. I've followed you on TikTok and Insta. Oh my god, my TikTok is so... I'm very bad with TikTok. I'm too much of a boomer. Okay, I'm not a boomer. But Insta, I do post on Insta, yeah. Not any of my VTuber stuff. But... yeah. I had a crush on the McDonald's clown. Nani? Tian, that makes a lot of sense, okay? That's all I'm gonna say. Everything is making a lot more sense now that you said that.
Anyways, you should hurry back.
But Yoda, please explain, why has this motherfucker got a zip around his neck?
What it comes down to is, you want us to get out of here, right?
Well, so do we. We just don't know how, damn it.
That's why I'm saying I'll let you out.
Oh, thanks.
Like I keep saying, we don't know where the frickin' exit.
You'll find out soon. How soon?
Wait, what?
Release us, motherfucker. TV?
What the hell?
Where did those TVs go
Yoinked them straight out of his butthole. That's where they came from. Did you not see him just wiggle his one leg? It was to loosen the TVs so they drop out.
Okay, now go, get out of here. I'm a busy bear.
What's going on now? Whoa! Hey! What are you doing?
Not Nat kink shaming the bear or Teddy or whatever that is. Ignore the zipper, it's bling. No, listen, because there's a bunny in Animal Crossing that also has a zipper, and that thing is dodgy as all hell. He also tells you to ignore the zipper, so...
Stop pushing!
Did we just squish through the TV again? Yoink!
Huh? Is this?
You'd think they'd be more grateful.
Did we make it back?
We don't talk about the bunny? Yeah, we shouldn't. If we want to live.
Attention shoppers! Our daily limited time sale will now begin at the side dish area on the first floor. Why not try the delicious fresh produce Juness picked for you this morning as your side dish for dinner tonight?
Picked for me?
All ages are invited to take advantage of this incredible bargain.
Crap, it's already that late?
Yes.
Looks like we were in there for quite a while.
Never trust a bear with a zipper attire. Unless you've been sucked off by, into a TV.
That's right. Now I remember where I saw that poster before.
Okay. Okay, Hassan. Okay, Trent.
Look over there. That's the poster we saw.
What's up now?
Get good.
Hey, you're right. They're the same. I couldn't tell before without the face, but it was Misuzu Hiragi.
Misuzu Hiragi.
She's been all over the news lately.
Tien.
Something about her husband having an affair with that announcer lady who died the other day.
Hey, so does that mean... that weird room we saw, could it be related to that Yamano lady's death? Now that I think about it, there was that creepy noose hanging from the ceiling. Yeah, stop! No more! We gotta stop talking about this. I'm gonna wipe what happened today from my brain. I don't think my poor heart can take anymore.
I'm feeling a chill, too. Let's go home. I want to lie down and rest.
You're American? Wait, are you really? Tien's name is not English, it's Afrikaans. But yes, Americans can't speak English well. This is a well-known fact.
Hey, welcome home.
Ha, where my noodle? Yeah, I'd also be mad if I got home and there's no noodle on the table.
Well, I doubt you'd know.
Pardon?
But have you heard anything about a student named Saki Konishi? Oh, I see.
Gun, Reese's Pieces, French fries, Wendy's nuts!
Well, to be honest, we got a call from her family. She's disappeared. We've got people looking for her, but she hasn't been found yet.
I wonder if she got sucked off by the TV as well. I mean, sucked into the TV.
Work just keeps piling up.
And now, more on the case still casting a shadow over the foggy town of Inaba.
Inaba. Inaba?
Not long ago, television announcer Mayumi Yamano was found dead in the small
How little
town.
happens in this town that they have the same story like 3 days in a row.
Whereabouts prior to her death had been unknown, but the police investigation has found that she had been staying in the region's famous Amagi Inn. She had apparently been staying there alone. Perhaps she was taking a vacation to recover from her ordeal?
Oh yes, the Amagi Inn. Their hot springs are first rate. The manager's teenage daughter also works there, and it's rumored that she'll take over the inn this spring.
Why is that relevant to the story?
If that happens, she'll be one of the youngest managers on record. I should book another trip there.
Ew, bro. Why is that the first thing you say? Nay. This commentator's got something wrong with him. They're eating Maggie 2-minute noodles. I mean, they're especially not. Definitely not.
I see. Moving along, it's time for the weather report. The rain has begun to subside. From now
Cheese
until
flavor
morning,
is the best
heavy
flavor,
fog
yeah.
warnings will be in effect in the Inaba region.
The Durban curry flavor.
Visibility will be severely reduced, so please be
This
careful
is coming
if you
from
plan on
Yoda,
driving in the area.
so you have to trust it. Just before the announcer was found dead, she was apparently staying at the Amagi Inn, run by Yukiko's family. Now it seems the whereabouts of Saki Konishi, who discovered the body, are unknown.
Is the ramen ready now?
Give it some more time.
Is too spicy? Is mayo spicy? I sneezed. I sneezed to get attention because I don't have ramen. Where my noodle?
Are you sick? You're probably still adjusting to the new environment.
Where my noodle?
Nanako, could you get him some cold medicine?
No, let the child eat her noodles. I want my noodles also. Please. Don't make her get up. The fuck?
You should get to bed after you take it.
No, you making me take medicine on an empty stomach? Shame on you. People who are sick should stay in bed. There's fog today, so you should go to sleep early or you'll catch a cold. This kid. She's pretty sweet. You should go straight to bed tonight. A spring cold can be tough. I'm displaying fatherless behavior. Oh my goodness. Relax, Tian. We have Maru-chan instant ramen. We have all kinds of things here. Because we have like a lot of like Asian grocers and stuff. I don't really eat a lot of noodles though. I think I might save here. Whoa. I forget all the menus are very exciting in this game. It's cheap, but is it good? Like it tastes good? Maggi is a very popular brand here of noodles. I think I ate it a lot when I was younger, but I don't really eat a lot of noodles now. If I do, it's like either egg noodles, which is basically the same thing, and I bought rice noodles, but they're a little bit harder to figure out. I don't know. That or I just suck at cooking them. Also a distinct possibility. Okay, so I think I'm gonna finish up here for tonight with this game. Did I save it? I'm gonna save it again just in case. I think 2 hours 45 minutes is not bad. My first run. My first attempt at this game. You only eat instant noodles? Oh, Hassan. I mean, they're technically not very good for you. How do I release me from this game? How do I get out of here? No, that's just making me save. Alt F4? Is that really how I get out of this? I didn't want to. I mean, I've already saved, so it doesn't matter. But I pressed escape and nothing happened. Do I really have to Alt F4? I don't like closing games like that. It's not bad. I'm the kind of guy who throws in stuff like meat and veggies. Well, Trent, that's what you're supposed to do. You shouldn't just eat the noodles by themselves. You should definitely add to it. But you know, if you're a lazy bum, maybe you just eat the noodles plain. I think I am gonna have to Alt F4 this because I have no idea how to actually close this. Trent! You didn't follow? Oh, shame on you. You should feel bad. No, I'm joking. Thank you for the follow and welcome to the posse. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna Alt F4 because I have no idea how to close this. There is no indication of how I'm supposed to close that game. I am gonna do a very quick Genshin Impact because I haven't played today and I need to. You followed a long time ago? Are you sure? Does that mean you unfollowed me? You should feel bad. Do you feel bad? You should feel bad. Chan-chan. Where's the Gen-chan? Gen-chan! Where are you? Please. Hmm? I don't know why it does this. I have to, like, load into the game. Change the... Oh my god, now it's loading things. You should never exit the game, Bean. I'm stuck there forever. You love the noodles just like that? Just plain with the spice and all? I mean, to be fair, that's how I ate it as a kid. Because not a fuck was I gonna be putting extra shit in as a kid. I was like, hell no. Bad enough I gotta put that shit in the microwave. 1 minute, 52 seconds. Trent, you should feel bad. No, I'm joking. I remember Snowball bringing me here once in a raid, and you didn't follow? Sugar? Wait, what? No sugar. The spice. You feel bad? No, I don't feel bad. I'm just messing with you. Alright. Let me just change my... It did this yesterday as well. It was being a little beach for no reason. You heard sugar and noodles? No sugar and noodles. What? No, 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 not the sugar. The spice. Just the spice. This one. You make it to windowed, and then OBS is like, oh yeah, I see Genshin now. So you trick it. Is it not working? Be right back. I'm gonna go cry quick. Why are you not working? Your mum's a hoe. Why are you not working? Hmm? This bitch. Unbelievable. Anyway, this is fine. There we go. Do you guys think I sound like Mama Succubus? I don't think so. Has a similar VTuber? Yeah, that's because we we like share stuff on Twitter. We both found this one on Twitter, and there's another one that she uses that I also have. The one with color that she uses as well. I also have one that looks like that. Cause we were talking about it the one day, and I was like, hey, why don't you just, if you don't want to show your face, why don't you try the VTuber thing? Oh shit! Oh, this is from a while ago. Primos? More primos? Hell yeah! Oh, okay, I don't want to claim that. Thank you for the primos! Skeet up, butt up. Okay, I'll do the survey another time. I need to just do dailies, and because I didn't do dailies yesterday because I was too tired. What was I doing? Dailies and I don't know if I wanna. I should probably spend resin because there's that other event up at the moment, right? I still need to finish the fucking Ito one. I have 2 days. I must do this tomorrow. I think I'm not streaming. I don't think I need to check the schedule, but I don't think I'm streaming tomorrow. I'm gonna be playing Layers of Fear probably on Sunday then. I think I need to take a break because I've streamed what, Tuesday till today. So I'll take tomorrow off and then I'll stream from Sunday. Yeah, that sounds good actually. I need to go do this for books. I actually had enough books for Shunha, so I don't have to worry about her. Ooh. Ooh, elegance? I don't need diligence. Yeah, let me go. Oh, I hate doing this one though. I don't know if anyone else needs to do the domain. I'm just gonna run through this quick though, just to spend some resin. I don't need any boss fights, but I might go do some like random bosses just to spend resin. I could also do ley lines, I guess. God damn it. Need some help? I mean, I don't need help, but if you want to join, shout! Scream now! I'm doing the elegance books if you want to join. Dun, 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 dun. I'm gonna leave. But you're on my watch list now? Oh shit! Thank you so much, Bean! I do appreciate it. Have a lovely, lovely evening. It was very nice to meet you today. But also putting me on your watch list makes it sound like you're the FBI and I've done something wrong. You would have joined Genshin Impact but not updated? No worries, no worries. I do play a lot of Genshin and I like to help people as well. So if you ever need help, shout. Scream. Okay, maybe I don't scream. Also, I don't know if you use Discord. If you're interested in joining, I do also have a Discord. We have a channel for Genshin as well if you want to ask any questions. Yoda! Yoda. You can't do the wolf solo? No worries! I'll be happy to help. Also, you said you need for Ito and Ayaya. The elegance ones? Yeah. There's a lot of really good characters who use this, unfortunately. I had to farm so much of it before. Join the Discord? Fantastic. But yeah, if you have any questions, you're welcome to ask. Besides myself, there's lots of people that are happy to help with Genshin. Alright, Yoda, you can play whatever you want. Don't matter too much. I bring Cookie-chan. Ooh! Spicy. Look at Yoda with his little chibi legs. I actually don't know what gear I have on my cookie now that I think about it. Whoops! Come on, guys. Don't you want to come stand next to each other? Like that. Perfect. Beautiful. Mwah! Kisses. Let's not die. That would not look good. Whoa! Oh, Yoda yoinked. Yoda was like, goodbye, bitch. Skip. We don't need to look at this shit. Oh. Betrayed by the timer. Ah, we both have a Nana picture. Pew, pew, pew. Look, there's the armpit queen. You good, Yoda? Oh. He just stopped moving. I was like, is he okay? Man, I keep forgetting I changed my keys. No! Oh, jeez, Raiden, please. Ah, too slow. Boop, 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 boop. Die, fool. Ciao. Why is the timer so long? I can do 2 boss fights. Where'd the other motherfucker go? Did we kill? Oh my god. You. Yeah, I give heals, Yoda. And that's the last one, right? Wow. Okay. I just want to see. I'm gonna be killing shitty bosses. Or maybe go kill this boy. Humu. Because I need these boys for catching. And Razor. I think Lisa's good where she is, yeah. So yeah, Yoda, I don't know if you also need things for the Electro boss. I'm gonna go slap this boy. The Electro Cube, the old boss. Hoi! Thank you. I'm still kind of getting used to using different keys. Because I had it set up differently for so long that I just got so used to it. Like now I was trying to press other keys and it wasn't working and I was like, fuck! Yeah, since I don't really feel like doing artifact domain, I figure might as well. We're gonna set this bitch on fire. Also, Yoda, did you get used to playing on PC? Where are you here? Oh, you sneaky little sneaky sausage. Hiding. You do play on mobile? Yeah. I would think like changing anything like that when you're so used to it must feel very weird. Jam, jam, jam. Oh, damn! Nice. That was crazy. Yo, Hutao just exploded. Alright, and then maybe just one more. One more kill. I have no idea how far away we need to go, but this should be fine, I think. I never got the hang of playing on mobile. I think it's like, for me at least, it's very difficult. I think it's much easier if I'm playing like a catless character or a bow character on mobile, but like if I had to play anything else, I think I would really, really struggle. And then playing someone like Nahida or Yaimiko makes it even easier on mobile, but like the other characters, I think I'd really struggle. But yeah, changing, like, I started playing, what was it? Little Nightmares? I don't remember if it was the first one or the second one, but I went from mouse and keyboard to controller. And it was really it was the first game I played on mouse and keyboard, and then the second game I played on controller. It was so fucking hard. I don't remember if I continued to play on controller, because I think I just couldn't get used to it. But yeah, it feels weird. Found it easier to use Hutao and Zhao on mobile. Oh, really? I don't think I ever played them on mobile. I can't quite remember now. Hi, Sarah! How are you? I need to do the thing. I need to do the thing. Ah! Guys. Sarah is good bean. Please check out. Please check out Good Bean. She's actually very sussy bean, but she's good bean all the same. I'm doing okay. I'm just doing late night Genshin things because I forgot to do it earlier. My chat, my rules. I shout out whoever I want to shout out. Yeah, you just gonna have to deal with it. That's the consequences of saying hi. Sussy, you are the sussy bean. I've been in your chat before. I know. The world will know your sussiness, Sarah. They will know. Okay, Cube is back. Let's go slap him. Just see blurry Yoda running in the background. Exposed. Yeah. Yeah. Everyone will know. All of China will know. Or whatever they say in Mulan. Ha! Okay. The timer was correct. I always have like a slight distrust of that timer. You know what? I can mark him now. This is fine. Oh, this sneaky ass motherfucker. Unbelievable. Whoa! Yo, Mia, girly. Blessed. Also, Sarah, why you no sleepies? It's late. I need to go sleepy soon. Because I think I'm going out tomorrow to see boyfriend's parents. You're not tired? No. Do you struggle to get sleepy? Yoda, do you need anything? Plus it's Friday, so I don't gotta sleep. That is true. That is true. I do, but it's late. That's tomorrow's problem. Alrighties. Thank you for the help, Yoda. Much appreciate. Alright, I just wanna, I always wanna boot my friends, you know, like when we're done with whatever we're doing, but I always feel bad about it. I feel bad booting people. Alright, let me just go do dailies quick. Because I think they should be quite easy. Guys, it's so warm today. Oh. You boot people? No questions? I just worry that I boot them too early and they were gonna ask me for something. So, like, I always just wait for them to either decide that they're done. Because, like, I help people with, like, boss kills or domain clears or whatever they need. So, like, I never want to boot them too... Oh, sorry, fishy. I never want to boot them too early in case they needed something. And then they have to rejoin. And then I'm an asshole. Well, I mean, then everyone can see I'm an asshole. But, you know. You're savage, truly. You should change your name to Savage, Elise. You'll help once everyone is done. They get that boot. Okay, where am I going? I got distracted. Where are we going? This way. Yeah, you gotta change your name now. Just don't explain to anyone either. Just straight up change it. I have some people who do that. Like, they change their name, their branding, their everything. And I go back and I look and I'm like, who the fuck is this person? And when did I follow them? Like, with no warnings or anything on socials. Absolutely nothing. I got no idea who these people are. They're just confusing my bitch ass. Why? Because they can. Listen here, you fuck! How dare you? How very dare. Get aggravated. Beach. Who's this oak? No, thank you. I don't want to buy any. I was like, why did they drop loot? They shouldn't drop loot from that thing. That makes a lot more sense now. Sussy. You can just cycle through different versions of yourself. But don't warn anyone beforehand. Just change it. Just get a dictionary and go through all the S words. Mahita is so adorable. She is. Oh. Fucking. I love her so much. Bless. She's the cutest. My only issue with her is that she runs around basically barefoot. And I'm like, girly, how are your feet still white on the bottom? Not her running through forests and fucking fields and her feet are still clean. She got them hacks. You want to squish your little face? Do you get cute aggression from seeing her? Because I do. Most of the cheap characters. This character, Yao Yao, I started working on her cosplay. I bought her wig, like, over a year ago now. And she's so freaking cute! I made her basket. I haven't made the radishes and the bunny yet, because they changed the design a little bit for the bunny. But, I have a wig. I started making her little bells. I have her little pouch. That's done. I just need to make the tassel for it. I made the vision, but I don't have like the inside bit yet. Yeah, and I still need to make like the entire costume, but that's besides the point. I started working on her, I don't know, a while ago. A long while ago. But she's so cute. Oh. None of that, guys. No. And this guy trying to make himself relevant. In 2023, in the year of our Lord and Savior, Nahida, trying to make yourself relevant, please don't. This is just embarrassing. Oh, did I show you the basket? Yeah, one of those rare face cam streams these days. But Genshin cosplays are so freaking intricate. Like, gosh, I don't know how many weeks I did it in, but I rushed a cookie cosplay. Like Shinobu Cookie. For one of I think it was Comic-Con Africa or something. But damn, I underestimated. Her outfit looked simple. It is truly not. The amount of tassels alone on Cookie's outfit is fucking ridiculous, to say the very least. This bitch, I'm not even joking. She got 2 here. She got 2 here. On the back of her legs, 2. We turn her around. There's on her belt. On the front of her jacket, there's 2. And her fucking earrings are tassels as well. This woman. She's like titties and tassels. That's her whole shtick. Fucking mesh titties. Goddamn. But yeah. You'd love to do a Beto cosplay, but you can't make? Buy. Definitely buy. You got Lucky's berries? Have a good morning for Thank you. I actually am gonna head off soon myself. But just take care, berries. Whoops. What did I do? Oh, this guy's food for the snake. That weirdo named Baiju. Oh wait, why am I reading this? This is a daily. I've definitely done this before. But I say, Sarah, do it. Definitely. And especially because you live in the UK, right? I think it's a lot easier to buy stuff online. I know one of the nicest places that sells Genshin Impact cosplays is Doki Doki. I want to say they probably ship to the UK. I don't think so. In South Africa, we have to use their AliExpress site because they don't, for whatever reason, their actual site doesn't ship to South Africa. I don't know why. But yeah, Doki Doki shouldn't be too bad. Doki Doki? Yeah. I think it's just called Doki Doki. Maybe Doki Doki Cosplay. But it's a fairly large, like, I know their Instagram is like pretty insane. They are constantly uploading like new things for sale. What was I supposed to do? Wait, am I not done? Oh, there's more? Yeah, so... And I think their prices are pretty reasonable as well. Some of the cosplays come in like varying degrees of quality as well. And so sometimes you get the ones that are like insane. Like, especially the Liyue characters, the fabric that they use for them. Oh, it's so stunning. It's beautiful. I don't know about some of the other regions, but especially Liyue. So the Bay would be included in that. They can have some really, really stunning things. So I big recommend. Oh, this is so cute. Special pet snake food. I mean, those are... Didn't we just pick up eggs? Aren't those fish? I'm so confused. Oh, did you find it? What you could also do is like set up a like a like a donation goal for it. If that's something that your community would want to fund. And then you could do like cosplay streams. I think people like those. I haven't done one since God was a child. Because I haven't done a cam stream in a while, but you know, people love that shit. It's really nice. Can be a little bit uncomfortable if you're not used to it. Yes, they do. They have buttloads. They have all the things. Buy all the things. You don't have to make a cosplay. You can buy them. Easy. I do enjoy the process of making, but not everyone has the tools, the time, the knowledge. Sometimes you just want to be a character. Ain't no thing but a chicken wing. It will be a first. I'll make the bay your first. Do it. Definitely not a little devil on your shoulder. Definitely not telling people to do the hobbies I do. Couldn't be me. Bad influence, no. They have a Paimon. Don't they... I don't know if it's them, but maybe it's another site. Someone has a Primo Gem cosplay. You want to cosplay a Primo Gem? The most wanted thing in Genshin? Everybody wants Primos. It might not be that site, it might be another one, but I know that there's a couple places, like if you check on Amazon, you can probably find a Primo Gem cosplay. I want one, I'm not gonna lie. It looks very silly, but in the best way possible. You gonna cosplay a Primo? Do it. Definitely, definitely. Ooh, I have lots of Primos because I got something for the streamer event. Oh yeah, Sarah, do you take part in the Genshin Impact streamer I don't know what the event is called, just a second. I have to check the Googles. Oh, I said Googles. I meant Discord. Because I posted it somewhere. Where did I... Oh, here we go. Twitch a live stream event. I can just post it here. So I don't know if you do this, but you basically sign up. And depending on like how much you stream, how many hours, how many viewers you have, all that blah blah blah, you can get like rewards for it. So I would recommend, if you follow the Genshin Impact Twitter, after the, like when they do the live to like show off the new things, after that they'll have like the signups for this event. Ooh, very nice, Yoda. That's cray cray. You see, you can get really nice rewards. It really helps the bank. It helps with your savings. But yeah, so if you just keep an eye on the Twitter account, like after they do the new patch drops, they always post the link for you to join. Very worth it. Yoshinhim, Baiju Fund, hell yeah. Hell yeah. How many primo, oh not primos, how many fates do I have now? I have 247. I'm not guaranteed though, so I gotta pray. Oh, you gonna cosplay Sarah? Sarah's gonna cosplay Sarah? Yes. Yes. 100% yes. I think that's it for Genshin for me. Hello, sweet baby. How on earth would I do her heckin' shoes? Well, if you just cosplay on stream, you don't even need to wear pants, to be fair. Unless you stand up, in which case definitely wear pants. But the shoes, ain't nobody gonna see your feet. That's extra. You gotta pay for that. We're getting 20... Oh yeah, it's like 22... At least, at the very least, 22 fates from the Archon Quest. Yeah, so that's definitely gonna help the fund. No shoes, no feet trim? Yeah, they gotta pay extra for that. For foot cam, they gotta pay extra. In fact, they have to buy the extra camera for the foot cam. And even then, because of your streaming, you won't be standing anyway. So even if you did wear her ridiculous ass shoes, I think you'd be fine. But yes, I don't know. I don't know if I've ever seen anyone use the shoes that she wears. Because that shit's redonkulous. Alright. I think I'm gonna start heading. I'm gonna start skedoodling. Bam, 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 bam. Let's see. Who is streaming? Oh, there's a few people streaming. Also, we're sitting in silence. Oh. I know this song. You gonna stay for the raid? Thank you, thank you. I'll try and not take too long to pick someone. Let's see. Which people we go to. God damn, it's late. It's late o'clock. It's definitely bedtime time. I don't know how much longer Miyuki's gonna be streaming, but Miyuki is live, so maybe let's go over to Miyuk. Yeah, it's time for sleepies. For me, at least. Alright. The raid message. You guys know the drill. Take all the love in your hearts. Squeeze it into a tiny bowl. And put it in the raid message. And then we go spam the raid message in Miyuki's chat. Yeah? Yeah. Them's the rules. For raiding. Alright. Thank you all so much. This was a very long stream. It was so nice to be able to stream for a long time and not have to worry about the power being cut out. I think I'll be taking tomorrow off. But we do have Layers of Fear on Sunday. So I'll be seeing you guys then. But everyone, please do take care. Have a wonderful evening. Have a good sleep. Thank you, Sarah. And you as well when you do get off to sleepies. I hope you have the sweetest of dreams. But yeah. Thank you, everyone. Bye. Night. Bye. I see you soon. Peace, bitch. Bye, Crazy Mug.